Aplaus. Daamid ja härrad, tere päevast. Baltimaade Kultuurikeskuste konverents Kuhu, Liigud, Rahvamaja. Kas pole mitte tore, et see toimub Eesti ühes kõige
cultural centers, and this is the loveliest cultural center. And in Haapsalu, something extraordinary has been managed that beats all professional theaters, but there are certain rules. You have obtained a paper, and this paper is a document for us. So please indicate your seat, write it down on a piece of paper, add your contact, and return it to the basket there. So in case somebody is diagnosed with the virus, then those in closer contact will be easier to find out, and you have to be guaranteed instead of sending all the whole at home. I am the only person, the pioneer from our TV program, because I have to also moderate the evening program, so please don't exceed the time. But without any further ado, how many are those who have felt ill today? This is an official question. I can't start before asking this question. Of course, I actually should also count because my child needed emergency care at night. So I'm using the opportunity to have my jacket open and not put on the mask, because otherwise I would not be heard. And if I put my jacket, if I close the buttons of my jacket, it would be too official. But we try to be friendly and discuss the future and the state of affairs of our cultural houses. I would like to invite here the mayor of Haapsalu, who has offered this wonderful venue to us. So Mr. Urmas Suklas, I hope the microphone suits you. Good morning. We are excited and we'd like to cough a little bit, but this is not allowed. But when I received this invitation to stand in front of you here, then I looked at the cultural house, and the title of today's event seemed interesting to me, and I started to look around in Haapsalu, and it turned out there are no community cultural centers. We have a cultural center, and we have one sauna and other facilities, but thank you all for gathering here today, that you are so brave and that we still are brave enough to cough a little bit. But today we have 2 people diagnosed positive, but both of them have been isolated, and I hope that this little blow will not spread here today. But seriously, Estonia is standing on the shoulders of community centers. And after today, I think the support will be even stronger. Good luck. Applause to Urmas Suklas, the mayor of Haapsalu, and naturally applause to this wonderful facility here. I work at the Estonian broadcasting, and we are behind cameras. But what is more important, the form or the content? Today's event would not have taken place without these people. Ülle Välimäe. Good morning. To start, I would like to wish that Urmas Suklas could stay here today and then tell us that there are no community centers in Haapsalu. Okay, but I do recommend you to stay on here. But dear participants, I will read 4 lines of Hando Brunnel. We are moving towards sunset. We move along, we move towards the sunset. Our hearts are at peace, and this is calming, soothing. We have heard this, we have sung it at our singing festivals. So, dear guests, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you all in this hall, but also in web, behind cameras. And I hope our Latvian colleagues will be there, our Lithuanian colleagues, Estonian colleagues. So let's give them a clap. Thank you. A few weeks ago, one young colleague from Tartumaa gave me a call, and we talked as colleagues usual. How are you doing? How am I doing? I'm busy, you're busy. And then all of a sudden he says, well, life is so exciting. Look how we are needed. And perhaps we could start from this. So how desperately we are needed. I wish you a successful day. Thank you. Thank you, Ulle. Without Ulle, we would not have today's event. But let's start with the program. So, how is life today? We have big centers where culture just happens, and there are smaller centers to which people are transported from bigger centers, smaller centers transported with buses and trains. And we are going to analyze how these regional processes have an impact on cultural aspects. Jorma Sarv, Creativity Lab partner and program manager. Jorma, please. I'll give the microphone to you.
The villagers are listening. The rumors are flying. This is paraphrasing Veljo Tormi's song here, namely that the villagers are listening to my song, to my folk song, and I'm traveling like the songs and music are traveling across the borders till Riga to Kuramaa, till Finland. All those songs and lyrics are traveling from village to village without borders, and there's no end to the multi-language message what the villagers are listening. The villagers are expecting that this is temporary, but I'm convinced this is all just the beginning. If we are thinking about the life and creation by Veljo Tormis, then definitely we are struck with awe. And we are thinking how this creator was able to connect to periods of time, long ago happenings in history, and then a very good look into the future. And if we look at the words of this song here, that the great change took place with that, with folk lyrics and folk songs, starting a new phase, then we can see how the text are from very far ago from the history, but the sound and the music is contemporary and forecasting the future, also bringing hazards in front of us. And sometimes I think that if Veljo Tormis is seeing right now that the Song Festival ground is full of people, not a single vacancy there, what would he think then right now? Most probably he would be happy, like Jan Gross, for example, would be happy seeing that the different choirs from Latvia, Lithuania, from Finland, and from across the world are together singing at our song festival ground. And when we think about our first independent president, Lennart Meri, then he would also be very happy seeing how our culture is spreading across the world. And also remembering our best poets here, like Johan Widing and others, being happy that our language is still carrying the messages across the world. I am the first speaker today here, and most probably it's my task to dig deeper to lay foundation for today's happening here, today's conference. And we have to find sincere answers to our questions. Would Veljo misunderstand our present-day happenings when one of the municipality leaders said that, Song Festival ground is one to be cut for economy because the times are difficult. And definitely there are other negative sayings, paraphrasing that, we should economize at the expense of culture. And definitely there are other political, ideological issues that have surfaced during these COVID-19 difficult times. And it seems to me that very often these discussions and these issues are due to our lightheartedness and our inability to understand difficult times here. These problems are much closer to us. These are on the grassroots level in our communities, and we have to face them honestly and sincerely. And then the kind of first question that I would raise today, how could cultural centers find their way, their own way and direction amidst these difficult times, so that to find the synergy and vitality? I was looking through some of the policy documents about culture organization, and there's a very beautiful balance reached there. Regional policy document has worded the specificity, the balance, the kind of vitality, and all the good words there. And those are big cultural strategies called the nation across. And not very often the word cultural center was in those documents, but in cultural policies, if we're thinking about the basic documents there, so regional policy and folk culture is really in the picture. And very often is limited only to the reference to folk dances and folk songs. But what is under the water? What is the iceberg under the water? And reading those policies, then it seems to me that I am hearing the kind of clean tape. That means the lower and upper sound does not give me the kind of emotion that, what is it? Should I look inside in a kind of center way or outside? In order to create an accord, so that should be the third and fourth and fifth between the lowest and the highest tone, and the middle is for us to adjust so that it would carry meaning and responsibility for the outcome. And I see in this accord 3 barriers or obstacles that could be resolved if we concentrate and cooperate in finding solutions. From where do I take the right to speak about those obstacles today? I have experience many years in the field here, and definitely the papers or documents or the kind of words in those documents, instruments, are not the leading light in front of me. We have to live the everyday life in a way that we talk to each other, that the libraries talk to each other, the museums talk to each other, the cultural centers talk, and of course together with the local governments, municipality leaders. And based on those discussions, I dare to say that the cultural centers should work on those 3 obstacles. The first one is the quality of leadership and the language of management. I have participated in very many lengthy discussions where there are very good sentences, words, how in the cultural field there is the vitality and leadership and synergy and everything. And definitely there are very heated and emotionally loaded discussions. But in the next discussion venue, I can see that people are just shrugging their shoulders, saying that these languages, these sentences do not reach them, do not have meaning, and do not carry the vitality or emotion. So I hope that we could together in cooperation translate those good ideas, those good documents and words there into vibrant living. And I want that the translation would be without aggression, that these cultural strengths would be echoing back from every member of the facility. There are people who are used to traditional everyday chores. And there are, in Estonia, there are municipalities and cities which we know that they do exist, but what is exactly the content today, we do not know exactly. We have to approach them in a friendly way, argumentative language using that, and so asking so many people together with us for the discussions how to overcome those obstacles that are hampering our best speed. And the second version is in front of us and our hands. This is about cooperation, how we create the content, how we reach our target groups. One example, when I asked comments also for today's presentation, then we have a good way. It's a veil. This is one very beautiful word in it. So youth groups, youth circles, youth hobbies, and so on and so forth. So a lot of discussions have been carried on those. How could we make it happen that if there is something good happening or created on one location, how could it spread fast, like the COVID-19, to the next village, to next city, across the borders, as a good example. And when I searched the Googles through Google with my young daughter, then I understood that there's a kind of gap in between the generations, that whom I talk and how I face the other people. It depends very much. Focusing on the user-friendly way. Our task is to work for the benefit of others. We have to understand whom we talk, whom we engaged in the activities, and what should we do to deliver our message in an understandable way. And for example, in Tartu region, all the colleagues over there and cultural centers echoing back the same message. It is very, very important. And when I stand here as the leader of the program in Viljandi Culture Academy, and definitely remembering the morning trip from Viljandi to Haapsalu, this has been a wonderful trip here. I made several stops on the way here, enjoying the nature and the moment in time. And I am very happy to speak about those ideas that would connect us and invite us for stronger cooperation, that we could understand what are the obstacles, inertia, sometimes might hamper us. And then how to create the content. How could we engage the creative capital in our nation to our work. I am honored to be in the board of Cultural Capital and reading the project proposals over there. And I understand that the approach and the kind of welcome by the Cultural Capital is accessible to all of you. But definitely, having read a lot of project proposals, I could also wish that there should be tighter connections, tighter connection to the content that would leave a mark. So 3 times, let's think about the quality of leadership in the cultural centers, how to create a pleasant and emotional accord. And keep in mind that the cultural center is for the community. And if you write a project proposal, then definitely hit the target over there. Second level, let's speak to each other. Let's talk more and thought. Invite the cultural intelligence and creation into our activities. So the buses are ready to. And the last 3 minutes, I would like to dedicate to a second song for Veljo Tormis. These are the home songs, and I remind us the titles of the 3 songs over there. Gustav Suits and Veljo Tormis would start with the first chapter. Do you feel that the earth is shaking? I feel that moving across Estonia, how much vibration and energy is under the surface of the soil, what would carry us, what we believe in. This is alive, it's dynamic, and it doesn't have anything to do with what has been in the instruments, the words. And the second, this soil, this country is waiting for us. So we are creating the value. We are in synergy with the soil here. So if we start identifying some issues, then the second half of the sentence should contain a solution. And the third is, we love our country and we want it stand here. So I wish good thoughts to you for today's conference and many happy returns.
Jorma Sarv, to remember his name and face, because during the lunch break you can approach him and have a chat. So Jorma, move on, and I would like to invite our next person, Ege Kulbak-Ladik, who is going to talk about the role of community houses. Well, it's interesting because I can't remember when I was last in a community house. These are like wooden buildings where there is no environment. Everybody has moved away to better places. Is that log house still there, or is it for sale, or is it to be demolished? So soon it won't exist anymore. This is my connection with community houses. But this, of course, is from the Soviet time when I drove around, and those old community houses were, surprise, surprise, still standing. Would you like to come here? Would you like to use the microphone? I would like to move. Good morning, everybody. Such a pity that the person from Viljandi won't hear what I have to say. I wanted to add that several problems come from this, that we don't know, we are unable to fathom things. And if I'm unable to do that, then it's, difficult to find motivation. If you are unable to have connections, then I would like to contribute and to tell you what is the role of community houses in the Estonian society. And honorable workers of community houses in Baltic countries, I am a social worker, cultural worker, and I have mapped developments, historical developments. I have described different stages in history. We know the Soviet period, and before the first republic, then the Tsarist period, and then going back in history, and how these different periods that we can call Estonian cultural politics. I wrote from the perspective of Estonian community houses. I don't know what definition Wikipedia gave us, but every time, every period has named cultural houses differently. If they used to be like community houses for associations during the Estonian Republic, there was a network of such centers, that there would be a center, that it is standardized, and then it was community houses, then they turned into cultural palaces, cultural houses, and this is all part of our history. They all have their own certain value and charm, and this here is Soviet building. This is kind of an enlightening educational movement, the Soviet modern approach that gave such big cultural centers to Estonia. But local people who valued this, they were behind it. But, of course, that was underpinned by Soviet cultural policy that had many influences. And this phenomenon, the time itself and the space here, has carried certain values. And each period and the political discourse, or the words and the titles, have derived from the purposes of that era. And therefore, we can talk about community houses, we can talk about cultural palaces, cultural houses, but this is really one space. Also, I'd like to add that recently, after I defended my doctoral thesis, and I have popularized it in Estonia, and I have been also working with national population politics in the Prime Minister's office. And then I understood another level, a new horizon. Why do we all need this? Why do we want to become cultural? Why have we wanted this? But behind all this is the development of the population, the nation. And this has been also understood by the World Bank, and different philosophical papers have pointed out that we can tackle several global problems if we educate people. Then they find solutions. So the development of the population has been the driving force during different periods, and therefore we have also given it different names. The role of community houses in Estonia, this is really difficult to underestimate their value, and I agree with Urmas Suklas. These houses are the base of Estonian sustainability. To start with, I would like to explain why I'm tormenting you with theories. Recently, I had lunch with two directors of vocational educational establishments, and they said, well, this is like pink fog. Be more practical, hands-on. But what can we do hands-on? Let's start immediately. But unless we know how to call things, well, let's call it youth work and let's get cracking. Or we can call it differently, which means that a sensible progress, sensible cultural policy and educational policy requires research, not statistical analysis and impact analysis, but research that involves also historical aspects, interpreting history, taking account different political systems. It is not easy to interpret the Soviet time, perhaps. And therefore, I plan to show different theoretical approaches, not only talk about the history. What are the topics? I would like to tell you about Estonian community houses through different aspects. One is a more semiotic new cultural model. So social houses, community houses, and what was achieved during that time. A wider cultural public space was created. And what does it engage? It means also the development of political publicity and information systems, how different political systems have influenced, let's say, informal learning and innovation systems. How are they connected with community houses? And I will start immediately because there's a lot of material. I had to make a choice. So what am I going to talk about? First of all, I would like to go back into history. And this is the social political view. So why did Estonians need this enlightenment period, and where did it all come from? What it was connected with this Herderian enlightenment thought, Bildung, culture, education, Herder, who said in the 19th century that each nation has its values, not only the masters who had large imperiums and who had extensive governing experience, but all those subjected nations have their own values, and this Herderian enlightenment thought affected the modernization of the Tsarist country. But also we were lagging behind, and the modernizing of the Tsarist imperium and the social activity of country people and the activities of community houses were also partly the result of changes in political life. It doesn't mean that you were a serf and then immediately became an owner, but before, you had to become an owner first, which was difficult, and this we can see in our epic Truth and Rights, and the abolishment of serfdom and community houses were established then, and they symbolized the new cultural space model, or the start of it, in Letland and in Estonia. And 90% of a large amount of land was in ownership, so the mentality of owners was developing. In 1866, township halls had their say in the arrangement of life. Literacy in 1881 was 96.2%. There were Estonian newspapers, all the saloons, Jansen, Jakobson, they talked in Estonian. In 1887, there was the first community house, Kanepi, and this was the basis for national identity, and people were engaged in public life. And we can also interpret it through Hannah Arendt's work, that this public life is like a square, like a place where people come together and they say something. And public life always has a political nature. And in addition, with the creation of community houses, country people had access to recreational activities, and we have our own traditions and rights, but modern cultural recreational activities to have choirs, to sing, or this, there was no access to this, because where could our Estonians do that? There was no space. Schoolhouses was controlled by the Baltic Germans, and the pastors also were Baltic Germans. So what do we see what do we understand under public space? This is not only this written publicity, something that we sense or read in Facebook or in newspapers, where our thoughts and this joint space is given some meaning. They are processed In this public space, our attitudes develop, and through this, we also interpret future events. But this is also a public space here for culture. And in public space, we give collective names. We formulate our family identities, community identities, regional identities, and if my self-perception, well, do I belong, or am I the one to come here? Maybe I'm from Nigeria or some refugee. Where is my public space then in our today's context? And Estonian public space, before we had kind of writing publicity or community houses, and this public space was in pubs, taverns, and we know church, school and pub. This was the heart, the center of the village. And of course there were other rooms where people discussed political things, business things, but in 1900, where they also sold vodka, and this of course balanced or was kind of impeded their activity, because a drunken person is not somebody who earns respect or attention. But in 1900, the Tsarist Russia had vodka monopoly, and this post roads and taverns were closed, and these became tea houses. But come on, who goes to a tea house? And public space for country people, because there was no construction of Estonians. This is country people. So this new space cultural model, this was created together with the appearance of the network of community houses. And this is a cultural, semiotic and philosophic view how to interpret this public space. One of the first Estonian public intellectuals, psychologist Juhan Luiga, has said that community houses were houses, the expressions of the power of the spirits of country people. And he was spot on with this, because all philosophers, French philosophers, have studied how the space expresses ideas of the era, how the space forms people. This person who is born in a castle becomes a king, who is born in a hut, well, I won't say a slave or a serf, but the space forms the person. And Juhan Luiga saw this, and he said that the spirit life cannot expose itself without exterior. And he also said, well, look, what was the year? That the spirit of the nation needs a house. We can grow only under our own roof. And building this house requires a developed spirit, intellectuality. So why have Estonian community houses in Kanepi, for example? There's a huge story behind it. So the building of community houses was difficult. You had to gather the community, you have to buy land in the center of the village. It was extensive. Somebody had to give logs, somebody had to build. But by the beginning of the 20th century, when it had turned already into Estonian public space, there was political self-determination, and this network of community houses was reorganized, streamlined by Kurvits, who saw that this is a network, a cultural network, like cultural bloodstream. And the crown jewel in Tallinn is this Estonian Association and our Opera House, Estonia. And Opera Theatre's blueprint here, when we take a look at it, then you can see there's a stage, there is a library space, there is a big hall, and you can rearrange the chairs there. There was also space for the community boards could gather and have their meetings, and behind the stage there were also rooms where people who could change clothes and prepare for stepping on the stage. And all these parties with tables, these were new recreational activities which were now accessible to the country nation. There was a cafe. You have heard about Jürgen Habermas, who wrote that between the 18th century and the 19th century, in coffee houses, the public space outside castles, this public space was developed in coffee houses. If a person can afford to buy a newspaper, has the time to chat, then this public space develops. And now we have here all these recreational developments here, community house, library, cafe, theater, and this creation of a new building in our Estonian physical space. This gives us the reason to celebrate and interpret it as modernization of the country people. I am going to show some pictures. One library here, and so the community house was the first cultural institution, and Enlightenment activities took place there. Yeah, Enlightenment. So this was the Western modernization expression, educating people, lectures, libraries, modern cultural practices, choirs, bands, dancing, and the thirst for cultural activities was huge, and particularly among young people. I'm going to show you some pictures. Fortunately, we have these wonderful pictures from our, let's say, song festival tradition. There was space where people could gather to practice. There were open air stages, another sign. This is gonna be, and was it a week or two ago, I drove past it, and it was in good order and serves the community continuously. The importance and influence, what was achieved in these houses, the base of national identity, or it expanded there, it was invented. Estonian culture was invented. Cultural emancipation took place. Well, it was no longer this attitude, well, not who are us? We had political representation. I'm a public figure. I can have a say. I can affect, change the life. And this was the basis for political self-determination. And a cultural person doesn't need any custodians, because as long as you don't have education, then there's always somebody who says, well, I have to be your custodian. And, for example, Russians and Germans, we know their aristocratic history. But this Estonian high cultural society, the sources became from these community houses and recreational activities. With the building of community houses, there is develops this new cultural identity that supports the farmers' new cultural, educational strives and their thirst for high culture. Again, some pictures, I do love it. I don't know if you can see it properly, but this is, there's a group of musicians there on the stage of a country house. Who taught them? Were there any musicals? No. It was all done in this informal context. And this is a folk dance people from 1923 in Nissi Society House. And now I come to this next big notion, non-formal education and this historical experience. And this is a cultural and political approach. I'm not going into depth, but this Martin Luther broad-based public education. Marju Lepajõe has published several articles. German pastors' activity, the development of written language. This was all informal education. But now, look, we had this space where we could spread this education. In our sense, this was kind of hobby education or extracurricular education. And this sort of spreads vigorously, and see how the terms have changed. Earlier, we talked about public education, free education during Soviet times. In the 1940s, we talked about cultural education. It was, again, this enlightening education. And today, we talk about youth education and informal education, hobby education. But this phenomenon is the same. It is outside the formal school system. Be it cultural, artistic, also physical exercises, everything. And this hobby education, this is part of participation in cultural life. This is a transfer. This has been said by Nita Kangas, my mentor. If a child has never learned to do anything, like to sing or to dance or playing, acting, then if he or she ends up in a council political institution, he has no idea of the historical background. And he says, well, let's close it. We don't need it. We don't need community houses. These work as they are low level. This is no culture. Therefore, recreational arts and hobby culture, this is one, and through this we transfer culture. But secondly, and more importantly, this is where innovation takes place and development, because there is a school in Australia, Australian cultural researchers who say that such innovative joint practices occurs proto-economic mechanism. How come? So you are some and you are somebody else, and now we are starting to act. And through these activities we learn and we create something new all the time. And this is the basis for innovation. I have a slide about the society's innovation system. Maybe I'm going to change it, don't know, but there are two things. This is the population, lower there, 1.2, 1.3 in Estonia. This is the basis for talent. The population is the driving force of the country. Without people, nothing is created, nothing is born. Then high culture. And how does it work in the society? Population, this is a resource, this is the capital. This is something that we have to deal with and invest into so that it doesn't cause problems, crime, social issues, that people find their talents and become creative. This is its broad-based education. And this is lifelong learning, and this is all connecting, and the space is the same. Culture classes, galleries, you can see all this around you, because in principle, Estonia is filled with such buildings. But in addition, we have business, entrepreneurship, and this is also a force, a driving force. And this gives something, well, what services does the society need? The market is a very important driving force. And then, of course, science and research. And if all these are in normal circulation, if one contributes to the other one, and if we understand it, then it is possible to see all these policies, and it works, it functions as the engine of the society, and this lifelong learning and hobby education. This means also welfare, better health, and well, this European creativity program carried out widespread research. For example, criminals are made to play football. There was numerous examples. What impact lifelong learning has to the population. And as an innovation system, the community house, the society house, has a very important role to play, because it gives the opportunity for all these activities. And perhaps some formulations. Actually, I have said it, but how to approach them today. We have acknowledged it in the world, and now I will have a very quick historical, cultural glimpse. 5 minutes. I have massive amount of material. A few words about democracy, how this society house became a community house. This was done with a law, this was adopted, and a picture here, how many community houses there were at the end, in the end of 1930s. This column shows us our counties, and this column gives the number of community houses who were accepted in the network, official network, and they were eligible to financial support. These were rejected, these developed on their own. Maybe they did not conform the standards. And this, the last column, is the total number. The idea was that by the 1950s, there will be a network of community houses, so that after every 7 kilometers, there is one, this cultural house or center or nest where people can be active. This did not happen, because what were the tasks of the community houses? I will not stop here. And then we had this silent period. But people in community houses did not only want to have only national culture, but they love Ilbok, this modern dance in the 1920s. You can see young girls practicing dance, and also folk dance and developing the canon. Some examples about this period. And of course, this was all done through, in the context of Western modern context. This was the awakening period, and the 1920s development was very powerful, particularly among young, educated people you will see Valjala choir who were celebrating their 50th anniversary. Now this is the picture. And by the way, this is also the Society Hope. And you can see this modern look, dandy-like look, and the 1940s, different modern policy appeared. And society, cultural education, mass education, this was necessary to educate the Soviets person. We didn't have markets, economy, everything was controlled, or resources were controlled by the government, and initiatives were suppressed. It was top-down government, but some joint images, you can see that this model, cultural educational model, worked in a very ambivalent way. They wanted one thing, but they got something else. For example, here, this is Soviet Estonian Song Festival. The first song festival took place in 1886 with a Russian song celebrating the Tsar. This singing publicity is political in a sense, and politics is a science of compromises. If we need to sing to the Tsar, let's do it. If we need to sing to Stalin and Lenin, let's do it. But afterwards, we can sing our own songs. So education was very well regulated. On the one hand, you couldn't have dance festivals without having prior permission, and specifications came from top down. But it is still wonderful that this ambivalent regulates mass cultural practices, and through this we achieved our singing revolution because people knew where to gather, they knew what to sing, they had been taught this. And to finish it, what Johnny doesn't learn, John won't know. So if we don't have access to cultural activities and practices, and if people become estranged from their own cultural practices, then as adults we probably won't even need it, and what we don't need we deny. So what Johnny doesn't learn, John won't know, and what John doesn't know, he will deny. And these theoretical focuses that community houses, cultural work should deal with, I don't know if that is visible, but I will just add that there are several theoretical focuses that I touched upon today. One thing is cultural educational policy that deals how the system has changed over time. Then society research, political research, this status built on culture and political representation are connected, interconnected. This is a very interesting topic. In the Prime Minister's office, I understood the nature of this very clearly. Do you know how to dance this song? Why? This is this performative aspect of governance, the symbol that the government power is created in a performative way. And there are very interesting aspects that should be researched. Space semiotics, how the space affects the people, what are the different aspects of different modern spaces, and is it ultra-liberal market economy? if we are owners, if we have this sense, then we realize what is capital, what are the different capitals, what are their values. And all these different practices, national identity, innovation theories, and all this together, the experiences in the Baltic countries, and all these keywords, this deserves research, and this is not pink fog. The fact that we don't have such research, therefore we don't have knowledge how and why those community houses have been so important for us. But Urmas Suklas already said this, the main message that they are carrying Estonian life further. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ege Koolborg Latik. As you understand, the role of cultural centers in Estonian culture should not be underestimated. So we are the content, and we fill the house with content too here. And now let's meditate how we see us here as a content of the room here. Does anyone want to express the feelings from the audience at the moment? I should say that we cannot create culture without a body, and we shouldn't not mix this with physical education. And now I have a musical piece here, coupled with the physical exercise. Please stand up. So please focus on the internal part of your body, and so stretch your hands over there, touch somebody. So I tried to hide the intention what I want to create at the moment. So up as well. So let's keep our hands up and let's try to feel what it means now. So let's carry the weight of your body to the right and then to the left. So let's just move. And if you have stretched out, then we are not going to create waves here, but let's try to turn our body in a way, and let's see how our Latvian colleagues are ready for the welcoming exercise what we have created to welcome them to the stage. So let's hope that the Latvian speakers and artists are ready to come along and to create us. So the Latvians are seeing and hearing us, and so I switch on to the English language. So this was the morning exercises here now. And I think that we have understood now all that we have an international conference today.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are happy and very tall now because we all stand it to greet you. Dace, right?
That's it. Yes.
That's
yeah.
it. Okay. I have two people in camera. I'm wondering which one of you is Jurka. Okay, so both names are hers. And who is the lady on the right then we've read here?
I am Rita. I am the international coordinator for
I see. So guys, you're gonna prepare and perform us the overview of cultural centers' role in Latvian culture and society, right?
Yes.
You ready to roll?
Oh yeah, let's go.
Okay. Dace Jurka ja tema kaaslanna Läti Kultuurikeskuste Liidu juhatusest. Palun, daamid ja härrad, suur aplaus.
So Dasa is our head of the board. I'm going to hold the presentation on her behalf. So, Association of Latvian Culture Centers is a public organization that was founded in 2012 too. Our aim is to promote and develop culture centers in Latvia. In Latvia, culture centers operate as multicultural institutions and provide access to culture in all regions in Latvia. So we have culture centers in big cities, and we have all the small parishes around Latvia as well. And they're being always supported, funding is given to them, and we are having a very healthy cultural life in Latvia here. So we currently have 554 culture centers together. And this is the second biggest network of culture institutions after the libraries in country. The libraries are even more than this number. Here, sorry. There you can see two of our culture institutions that have been recently renovated. One of them is on the right is the VEF. Sorry, no. Yeah, one of them is the VEF Culture Palace on the right, and on the left there is Sigulda New Center, Devons. And we are always providing funding for our cultural institutions to renovate them, to provide them with the newest technology, with lighting, with the renovation of the rooms, of the stages and everything, so they are going up to speed and up to our times, and so they wouldn't get stuck also in the older parishes. Here, so our association areas are methodological guidance, information dissemination, and advisory services that we provide to our culture centers. We are providing continuing education and professional development, international cooperation and exchange of experience. So we are organizing seminars, courses to our culture professionals. And of course, something is wrong with the slide clicking. Is someone doing it? No. Okay. I think someone has taken control. I think we have some technical difficulties with the slides. Kaut kas notiek.
Kaut kas staigā. Atpakaļ, priekš un atpakaļ. Kaut kas nav ritīgi slaidiem.
Guys, can you hear us over there? You can. Something is wrong with the slides. They're clicking back and forth, and I'm not controlling them, unfortunately.
Kaut kur šitā vietā uzkārās.
Yeah. Yes, this is what I need. No?
No?
Back, please. One back.
One back.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so areas of activity for the association. So we are also in cooperation in the development and implementation of our culture policy. And we are always going also following the time and also making sure that our culture policy and our laws are in hand with the current needs. Then also, we're in international cooperation and exchange of experience. We are cooperating with the European network and cultural centers. We are, of course, in cooperation with the Association of Culture Centers of Estonia and also of Lithuania. We are always open for new projects, for new ideas, and we are ready to cooperate with you guys. These are the pictures from our previous event that was held in 2015. That was international, held in Latvia. In these pictures, you might also recognize yourself somewhere. Yeah. And this one, where that's it? No kur pasākuma tas bija?
Tas ir no tikšanās 18. gadā Latvijā.
So this is from a meeting that we held as a forum in 2019, and you can also see our colleagues from Estonia and Lithuania here in the pictures. Next, so we are also participating in Erasmus Plus projects. One of them recently was Invent partnership to develop vet educators in event management with the learner-centered approach. And we were having partner organizations from UK, from Germany, Latvia, Spain, and Slovenia. It was a very good project to understand our culture needs, our culture educational level through these 5 countries together. We understood that the differences are quite severe, but in a good way, because we could take some experience from them and also learn about our culture differences. Of course, we are open for new projects, and also we would like to participate and collaborate with you guys from Estonia and Lithuania. So if you have any projects for that you're participating in with European funding or any other, then we would be grateful to take part with it with you and cooperate with it. Here, and now we're going to the current situation about the COVID crisis. So the state of emergency in Latvia was announced on March 13th, and it was still set as crisis until June 12th. Currently, as you may know, Latvia is on the white color of the flag, and together with Vatican. So it's very safe to come to us, and you can visit us and see if so after returning home you wouldn't have to stay in quarantine. So it's very healthy to come to us to visit. Our culture centers continued during the crisis. Events were not either they were not allowed, or they were allowed in very small groups of participants to the events. There were limitations for the venues, but I'm gonna talk about that a little later. So from the administrative work, our culture centers continued to work on inventories for documents, and also for costumes, and for all the things we have in the centers. And we made them all nice, and it was all sorted out and cleaned out. And so we would prepare our organizations even more for the new season. Also, we were doing a lot of project development work for future events, which are now being planned. Some of them we don't know when they're going to happen, but still we are making the projects and we are planning them. Here, the development of the law on culture centers is being continued by our organization in cooperation with Ministry of Culture Center and the Republic of Latvia and the National Culture Center. It will be provided to the Parliament of the Republic of Latvia for the second reading. So, yeah, as I said before, we are continuing to have our laws and to have our culture supported also from the Parliament and the government side. Then, yes, so association takes part in Latvian Council of the event organizers, that is, and the event producers of the Ministry of Culture to solve the problems regarding COVID crisis. So this council was created due to the situation, and we are, and our Dace Jurka is a chairman of the, here as a chairman of the board of the association, represents the association in this council. So she's bringing the word of our culture centers to the council, and we are discussing on how to administrate and how to change the levels of people that can attend the events, what should be the mainstream, and how we should all act during the crisis, and how the people should be moved around in the venues. And this is the council has developed guidelines for organizations and events in Latvia during this crisis. So we have a large book of instructions of how our cultural institutions should hold the events at the current situation. Then, this guideline is in Latvian. This is our ministry's publication, and we have produced these during each of the steps. So when we had events only up to 50 people, only up to 100 people allowed, these diagrams were posted always in Latvia Culture Ministry. And I'm going to explain shortly how we have organized this over time. So at the moment, it is allowed to hold events up to no more than 1,000 persons indoors and no more than 3,000 persons outdoors. Indoors, before we had regulations that people could sit by groups of 2 or by 4 or by 1, depending if they are family members. At the moment, the rule is that the venue can hold 50% of the possible places. So if we had a concert hall that had 1,000 people seats, then at the moment they can hold events for 500 seats. For one person in the venue, you have to provide 3 square meters of distance. Organizers have to assure public access to the venues. You have to have disinfection everywhere, and also the events can only be held from 6 in the morning to 2 in the night. For outdoor events, each person have to have 4 square meters of surrounding that is not occupied by other people. It's allowed to go closer to each other, but the venue still has to be big enough to hold this area per person. So also for indoor events, in order to gain admission, you must add to your personal details, confirm whether or not you have had COVID-19, or if any of the attendees will have had it at the time of the event. Everyone will be notified that attended it. So the required data when you are buying a ticket for indoor events is your name, surname, email address, and your phone number. And when you are arriving to the event, your ID and valid passport is required. So we are checking the identities as well. I guess this all explains why our situation is getting better and why everything is under control, and why our disease numbers are falling, because people are very much controlled, and they are also following the guidelines. Also, all the institutions are always following them, because we have also police raids that can happen during these events, and so everyone wants to keep by the rules. Then, so I'm trying to get to the next slide. Yes, thank you. So in cooperation with the Ministry of the Culture of the Republic of Latvia, we are organizing and hosting 8 seminar sessions for employees of culture centers throughout Latvia. The topic for the seminars are change management in culture organizations. At the moment, we are holding one of these seminars back at a different room. And the seminar is being held for 2 days. Some of the seminars are for 1 day, some of them are for 2 days. We are having really great lecturers from Latvia, giving speeches, giving lectures, giving advices how we should change our management, how we should change during the situation, and what are the best practices to use, and how we can also advertise our events, because some of the further from the Latvia center organizations in smaller parishes, sometimes the communication is not as up to date, and sometimes they're not using media to promote their events. And now we are being taught to do it, because these courses are also free of charge, and people are welcome to join. So on average, each of the seminars will be attended by 50 participants, and several seminars will also have live broadcast. Note that these events are being held on place, so we are all here meeting each other face to face, and it's been a long time since we've seen our colleagues, so it's also a really nice regathering for us. On this note, I can also tell you that our ongoing preparations for the 12th Latvian School and Youth Song and Dance Festival is going on. It was unfortunately postponed from July 2020 during the crisis, but we are preparing 3 separate models of how we could hold this event in next year in July. So we are trying to develop the structure of plans, how people could move around, how we could not have all the few thousand people in the same place. That's how many, cik mums ir cilvēku parasti šajos pasākumos?
Nu, koros vien ir 14, dejotājos 15,000 un koros apmēram 10,000.
Yeah, so we have to hold 15,000 dancers and 10,000 singers in choirs at the same time. So we are, it's around 30,000 people at the same time. So we have to manage the move of the people and to have these events, because it would be a risk not to have them, because we also are having the grown-up song and dance festival coming up soon, and we don't want to risk to cancel this. All the people have been preparing for them for 4 years, and it would be a pity to decline it and cancel it, because all Latvians are very much waiting for these events and preparing themselves, their art for these years to prepare and to present them. And that is it. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
No küsimuste juurde jõuame siis hiljem. Thank you guys. We will greet you with great applause from Estonia, and probably we'll have some questions later when we have the roundtable sessions. Thanks from Estonia, and see you in short notice after the break. Nii, aga nüüd lähme edasi Leedu kolleegide kogemusega. Kuidas?
Lithuanian.
And for this, please start thinking in Russian or in Estonian. This will maybe in Russian, but let's wait for a second to see our Lithuanian colleague and see which language he or she is going to use. She. In all languages. Diana Petrokaite will be speaking next about the role of cultural centers in Lithuania. So as you can see, it is in Russian.
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you. Are you ready to start? Yes. As my Russian language is better than English, I hope so. Then I will talk in Russian. So I'm thankful to be part of this conference, and I will introduce our cultural centers. The mission of our Association of Cultural Centers. Can you hear me? So our Association of Cultural Centers unites 96% of all Lithuanian cultural centers. And our mission, we are the biggest functioning cultural union, uniting cultural centers to represent common interests and forming cultural policy. This organization, according to the law of Lithuanian cultural centers and other legal acts, realizes its aim on unification of cultural centers, representing their interests and taking care of dissemination information in Lithuania and abroad. The association has cooperation with other art unions, higher educational establishments and organizations which deal with the similar activity in foreign countries. In Lithuanian cultural centers, there are more than 4,700 people, and there are more than 4,000 art groups in different genres. Where they have participants of 60,000 people, and each year cultural centers organize and conduct more than 200,000 events, projects, and so on. The Association of Lithuanian Cultural Centers acting in Lithuania have the effect of creation of legal basis and taking making political decisions in the sphere of culture to ensure professionalism and social well-being of workers in culture, to guarantee the quality of their life. Our association is part of European network of cultural centers and delegates 8 out of 11 members, members of Council for Culture at the Ministry of Culture, delegate 1 member to the Trilateral Cultural Committee, and 1 person is delegated to the Council of Culture and Art of Lithuania, and this is our president, Ronas Matulis. The members of association take part in different task groups of the same government, Ministry of Culture, Lithuanian National Cultural Center, Association of Lithuanian Municipalities, and expert groups on financing the programs. We also take part in in elections into the Council of Culture of Lithuania, and we can get some financing from this council, and part of this money goes to fund the activities, and this year there will be new elections into this council. So we have 706 cultural centers in Lithuania. Out of them, 159 cultural centers are legal people, and they have different affiliates and divisions. There are 478 of them. There are some cultural centers in Lithuania which have no affiliations, but some of them can have 6 up to 20 affiliates, and there are 69 further subdivisions which play a role of cultural centers or do some kind of cultural activity. So the next slide. Amateur on-stage performance groups in Lithuania. It is difficult to compare us with Estonian or Latvian colleagues because we have about 4,000 groups, and there are 52,000 participants. Of course, the numbers can change, and it is difficult to say what is going on every half a year, but we think that there are 2,200 adult groups and 1,500 children's groups. If we speak about those performance groups and their participants, we have amateur performance groups, and there are about 3,000 of them, and about 1,000 are other performance groups. So this may be different clubs and other associations which deal with some art performance, or they do some other work in the sphere of culture. Then amateur performance groups and their participants, as you can see in 2017, 18 and 19, the number of those participants is decreasing, and we understand that our main function of cultural centers is the activity of those art performance groups, and they have to develop into new forms for us to attract more so youth people, young people and children, and we have to do a lot of work in this respect. The concepts of this amateur performance groups, as you can see here, 52% of our concert programs are outside, so they are inside the country, 45% in so on site in the municipalities or towns, and only 3% groups can go abroad. And this year, of course, is different, and there were no 3% this year. If we look at different events of cultural centers, in 2019 there were about 60,000 of those events. Of course, it's difficult to show it in one slide, but we can see that 39% are amateur events, then 15% are educational events, films, 11%, professional art events, 7%, and then different musical concerts, 4%, and exhibitions, 3%. And 21% are other events which do not classify into this or that group. We understand that we have to look for new forms, new topics, new places where to hold events, because the audience need to have something different. If we look at the visitors and participants of these events, then there is a very small portion of professional art of visitors who visit those professional art events, only 9%. Of course, we would like to make it a priority, and there are a lot of people who, so 12% of visitors are amateur art events, but 79% are visitors of other events. So it means that although the cultural centers have one of the main functions, which is amateur performance promotion, but we also understand that there are new types of audiences, and in our work we have to implement new forms. The main achievements of Association of Centers of Culture of Lithuania. Who is changing the slides, I wonder? Thank you. So we think that our association initiated the creation of cultural center law, and we also initiated the creation of a system of accreditation of cultural centers and a system of attesting of art, people working in art sphere, and up to now the program of modernization of cultural centers was initiated as well, and 90 of cultural centers took part in it. 24 cultural centers had were partly renovated, and 23 are waiting the renovation. Our association also initiated the giving of state awards to the people working in the sphere of culture and art. We also we also initiated the 3-year long state program of increasing of salary to people working in the sphere of culture and art. This program is ready for 2021, but we started working on the program for 2022 and 23 for these people to get the increase in their salary. Our association organized and conducted seminars, conferences, internships, and other events at regional and international levels. So, the Ministry of Culture pays attention to our association, and of course we would like to have more attention from them, but we have some nominations and awards. Every spring, the Ministry of Culture awards different awards. For example, to the best cultural center of the country. It may be any organization which has been active for 5 years, and now we also have 3 special awards of best highest category, first category, and second category. Our colleagues can take part in different contests and get awards in dissemination and development of traditional culture, the active participation in cultural center work, and the best cultural educational activity. So all this attention that we get from the Ministry of Culture. In 2012, the award called Gold Phoenix was initiated and is regularly awarded. It is one of the most prestigious awards in the sphere of culture, and it unites cultural centers, its partners, politicians, representatives of business, managers of culture, artists and creators. This year it was not given out, but I hope it will happen next year. So culture is everything, and I think that this is the mission of our work, that for our life here it's very important. I would like to wish you that every day we would enjoy positivity. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Pietrokaite. So please stay online. I think you wanted to visit Estonia, but then you decided not to come, and then later on spend 2 weeks in quarantine. But we will do everything for you to have fun over there, and after lunch we are going to...
Now back into Estonian, big applause.
So the questions from our Lithuanian and Latvian colleagues, or the questions to them. And now we have the discussion circle at the moment, and I invite onto the stage the following people: Kai Kannisto, Heiki Kelp from Võru, Kristiina Hoomer, and Viljar Soomre. So the microphones are ready on the chairs, and so please set yourself ready. And the title is the Cultural Center. Today's idea to create opportunities. So what is the impact of local life in our 3 countries? In Lithuania, I think that the statistics is very good. But now I will give the floor to Kai. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the stage here and to talk to you. And before we start talking, then let's see who is here. I am Kai Kannisto, and I'm working in the Viljandi Association of Municipalities. But working with the cultural center is close to my heart. So I was for 14 years manager of one of small municipal cultural center, and after that in Karksenoia, the head of the cultural center. So I know what we all feel about cultural centers, and so speak about you. I am Heiki Kelp. And my whole life is connected to culture, because my mother was also working for the cultural center. And after the army service in the 80s, I also started to work in the cultural center, and my salary was 80 rubles. So it wasn't a big salary, and I understand that it's not big now as well. So my life crisscrossed with culture And now for the 26 years already, I am leading the biggest cultural center in Võru County, and I'm a member of the board. But before that, I was a director of this cultural center, so I have many years behind my back, and I have contributed promoting the cultural life and work in culture. I'm Kristiina Oomer, and I am the executive manager of the hobby theatres in Estonia. So we are also engaged in guiding the school drama groups and theatre work. I am Viljar Soomre from Pärnu County, from Treiman. And like Heikki said, that he is already sucked milk through the parents, then I share the situation. My mother and father were also cultural workers, and my father was a leader in one of the culture centers. And all my life after graduating from the Pedagogical Institute from Tallinn, I have spent in cultural field, and the last 27 years in Treiman. This is the one of the northwest part in Estonia. So the views are quite different compared to the views to culture and value with a central party. So that's my 40 years spent on the field. Till last evening, I knew that we have more people here in the discussions, but let's start with the discussions. What is the role of cultural centers today? And when I accepted the role of a moderator to moderate the discussions here, then I took out the legislation first. I read through the regulations and wanted to find out what are the objectives of cultural centers in the national culture. So it wasn't a very smooth reading. There was a kind of scent from the history and kind of bureaucracy in wordings, but I didn't want to speak about it, but citing. The objective of the cultural center is to promote the local culture, develop the spiritual life, and provide services to the community members through different fields and ways of cultural and providing services. Everybody just like he already nodded affirmatively. It was already worded in the 30s of last century, and I think that we cannot add too much novelty to these wordings. But at the same time, I was also reviewing what are the different activities from voiced by different cultural centers. There were a lot of keywords. Organizing, creates, ensures, preserves, cooperating, informs, and all the participants. So there were many keywords. So are we ready for all that today? And now, Viljar, what about your Treiman Cultural Center? What about those keywords? What do you see in it? So every word has a meaning. and according to the meanings, we are organizing our work there. So cooperation in a small place, so less children, less people living in the small areas. So the main key word here is cooperation. So 4 Ks, cultural center, school, and a community center, and the local government. So all the potential that is found in a rural area, we should cooperate in order to create synergy. And through the synergy, we could become more visible in the nation. And if we are able to organize even larger events, so there any kind of international ballroom dancing competitions, so definitely we are already leaving a mark in a bigger picture. But through the culture, we could act in a bigger way, in a more visible way. And due to that effort, we have managed to bring up important people for Estonia culture. Pille Lilla, Kersti Uibo, Silversepp, for example. Mario Soomre in the Otsa Music School. Different composers. So all those people, these have started in our cultural center. Christina, what is your contribution in your field? So, having heard the presentations earlier today here and the Latvian and Lithuanian presentations, I have a feeling that we have a kind of mismatch of understanding here. In Järvaga, for example, even the names or titles for the cultural centers, this is the cultural hall or what not. So we are talking about the houses and space, meaning the cultural center, and the locals meet there, and other visitors come to attend, and so create the basis for cooperation. And all those keywords, what you voiced earlier, it's quite a task to manage. And I was thinking what could be the novel ideas or activities. And speaking about the hobby activities or hobby education, in order to promote the hobby education, so the cultural center could be one part of it. Although the world is so wide and open, and creates that we are quite fragmented here, but looking at the cultural center as a cooperation partner, then I can assure you that I have only good experience. We have organized different festivals in the hobby theaters and in the national level and the local level, and the conditions have been very good. But one issue, it seems to me that the cultural centers, the houses, municipal cultural houses, have so few staff. I share my feelings at the moment with you, and I do not have many answers, except cooperation either way ahead, so that the bigger organizations could be involved as well. And if I speak about the theater culture, then the space is very important. Definitely we could have also open air performances, or even in our homes and our flats. But the technical opportunities would contribute a lot there, and it's very important. We haven't yet visited the smaller places like Treiman, as you mentioned, but it's very important that the stage is there. And so these are my feelings, haphazardly. And Heikki, you are the kind of foundation head, a manager in Võru. What are your thoughts and feelings knowing that the Võru Kannel is cooperating with big organizations and international organizing international events? Yeah, we have had a long way through the last years, and it is quite important that a cultural center, room and house and space should be educational, teaching the involved. But I have overcome that, and lately I have focused on differently, focusing on closer relations. You have to talk to the community. Your activities have to mean and have impact on the local municipality, local communities. Definitely the young people are welcome, but at the same time, the elderly are most welcome as well. We have different elderly organizations and day centers and so on. And 1st of October has meant for us not only the day of music, but also elderly, involving the elderly. So these kind of connections are very positive and leave a positive experience. But if you think that novel experiments should not be in place here, then I think that we will be poorer. Cultural society, what should it be? It's kind of lifelong learning motto over there. So in general, you bring into action broad-based cultural activity sphere. And it is important that all what we undertake should be educational to a certain extent. So not only European film culture or other things. Europe is also very gently allowing to share the educational events and stuff and ideas. And if we look at the cultural center should be also basis for social interaction and communication. It shouldn't be between the audience and the artists, but there are many hobby circles and people who we know from history that if there's the industrial entity in the city and the director of this was singing in the choir, then everybody wanted to sing in the choir like the director. So the development has many facets. So being a basis for social interaction is very important. And if our chairman of council is participating in any of the circles or choir or dancing circle, then definitely this brings along colleagues. So this is up and down movement. And third, what I want to bring forward. So this kind of educational moment here and interpreting that is manifold. So it could be even passive, not active. So through the interaction between the stage and the audience, there could be indirect impacts too. And main idea is that there will be the impact, never mind the way. Innovation and development is the important facets voiced through many presentations. What about innovation in your work? We had a special period from March, the kind of restrictions, and now this is continuing. And we have learned through it. But our area is beautiful, especially in the summertime, and we had many visitors. And many people moved to the summer houses and summer cottages closer to our area. They're from the bigger cities. And we are very happy to say that we have a library in our cultural center and also internet room free of charge. So we had many visitors during the summer here, and in and outside the center. So from year to year we are used to the movement of summer visitors, but now it was longer and more permanent, and we have organized different summer camps, especially for the painters, and involving also tourists from neighboring countries. But due to the integration through the special period here, that we might welcome visitors and tourists for more extensive period, and most probably part of them would find a permanent location to live here. So this is a kind of innovation. What, in my field, the meaning of innovation. So we had to cancel many meetings, and it is very complicated for theater life to accommodate into the novel situation. There should be audience in order to perform on the stage, but we had also the kind of long distance video performance. And we wanted feedback from people. What are the feelings in the new situation? And now we have different training sessions, but still we stick to the thing that it's most important to have a space, a room of our own where we meet, we perform, and we speak the same language. Let's look what the future will bring, and let's develop further. What about Võru? Innovation is a kind of interesting word. So it means that we should put ourselves ahead of something or ahead of somebody, and kind of obligation to think further ahead. And I think that we have managed to keep space here. And I think that the type of cultural centers, the kind of foundation type, there are not many. Elva is the next one over there, or the nearest. And if you earn income, then you invest this income into further and future innovation, in a word. And that means that the last 3 years we haven't had one day for holiday or something like that. That means that 365 days the full audience in the main hall, in the adjacent second and third halls. This was quite full, and definitely if somebody comes that I want for 2 days a reservation of one of the hall because I have the choir rehearsal over there, and then we do not have this. So the hall is meant for creating connection between the stage and the hall and audience. And then different development events and conference and so on. The plans are fixed for 5 years ahead, and why? What then? Nobody is sticking to it and fulfilling it. So cannot, and so on and so forth. And then you have to spread, as if the virus, to inject people the idea that the cultural center is extremely necessary place, and then to also have in the development plan that yes, our Kannel, the foundation, has to become the local center of the cultural development in our area.
If we don't have our own theatre, concert hall, but we still fulfill those functions, and we can do it even better, and that means that we don't take away this little money that has been earmarked, that we don't want to have more from this. We want to have directly financing from the government. And I call these things innovation, but they take time. They're very long term. We want to build, but we have to construct a cinema. We have to use every opportunity, but then at the same time, the theatre suffers. If we invest into the theatre, the cinema would suffer. So we need a special hall. We need to invest. This is a long-term process to design, to build. But once we get started, then the union functions very slowly, but it moves on. It goes steadily but firmly. And we should provide guidance that all this would be to help. And of course, I'm beating myself up with this. And I can't do it otherwise, because I have to inspire myself. I have to motivate myself. And development centers person from there, and he's responsible for this project as a representative. And I'm the one who mediates, and I'm glad that the Development Center has taken this process. It has launched the process, but this cooperation has to be done. Now you mentioned the state, mentioned bigger things. As Heikki, you mentioned sport. Then I envisaged higher, faster, so on, indicators taking time. Now, my next question to you. How far, how high are we all competitors? No, certainly not competitors, because every part of the country has its own nature, its own opportunities, its own people and traditions. And with this innovation, we cannot jump over the moon, because community centers, one of its aims is to sustain local traditions, to create more of them, and to be the center of social life. And I do hope that we have no Tori Community Center participants here, but all these amateur groups who come to sing and dance in our facilities. I believe that dancing and singing is not the main thing that people come together. They come together because of the society, because the sense of family, because in a local municipality you celebrate all your family events, and you have this kind of a close feeling, and the community house is part of the person's belonging or sense of belonging. Every person wants to belong somewhere, and the main thing is that nobody is left alone. But of course in the countryside, for decades I know that there is one part of people who go everywhere. They take part in cultural events. They even go further. But then there is this part of the population who are not used to go out of their homes. And I think they are the most difficult group to engage. But of course we need to continue our work, and we need to have an individual approach to every single person. This is so interesting. I'm sitting in between two persons. One person is talking about family, and the other person says, well, let's bring all Estonian films to Võru. And indeed, I'm thinking that the word innovation, that perhaps our today's innovation should be how we could, these buildings, the houses, the rooms, could carry this task in our society that our communities, be it a small place or a big place, require. And again, I'm thinking that one thing is to organize performances, festivals, but the other half is that my interests are dancing, singing, theater, and what I gain from this process, what it gives to me. And for this too, we need the buildings, the rooms, the facilities, whatever we call it, be it a culture house, community house, because there has to be a place where all these people can go. Unfortunately, we can't go to Estonian public broadcasting, but they come to us into our homes, and we have very close relations with them. But I think this topic requires research, because this would help us to interpret all this, how these buildings function, and secondly, as organizations, how we lead those cultural activities, how we could interact, cooperate, how we could engage also smaller families and groups. Such thoughts from me. Sport. Competition. Now, indeed, competition is such that we say, no, we don't have any competition, but at the same time, there is not place for everybody. And all the choirs and dance groups, they just cannot go to the song festival. And therefore, we can say that competition is necessary. It gives a group a certain enormous power. And in this connection, Estonian traditional cultural level is significantly higher than elsewhere. And this is good competition, but how to put it? If there is competition, well, will Christina come to us or go to Haapsalu? Yes, in that sense, we are competitors. But at the same time, if we think the most important thing is that if the local government understands that this one center should perform all the functions, and at the same time when you have received this financial support, then you don't have to provide disappointment. But again, Andres Määr is sitting there. One good example, I have talked to him, and if Võru could be regionally a cultural center, then Summer Cultural Center in Sikurmu could be Põlva. And I'm not saying to say, well, we have Kupia, let's put 6,000 people there and have some mega festival. In Põlva, there is much more intimate, open-air center in Sikurmu. And therefore, we should regionally agree that Võru and Võru County contributes also to Põlva County, so that this is also long-lasting. Therefore, we get a certain advantage to become a regional center. Take, for example, concerts. This cooperation is, on the one hand, excluding competition. Certainly, in some ways, we are competing. But if you take that, if there is a concert, for example, then many concerts do not come to Põlva and Haapsalu, and we are competitors with all these other counties, but there is not enough audience everywhere. If you have this Kalmer Tennosaar concert and thousands, tens of thousands go there, so it's not only the stone, the concrete, the walls matter. It's the way, the path. It has to be creative. It has to be supportive of creative people. Well, to survive in competition, in Viljandi we have drawn up a cultural calendar, so over the country everybody can see where events take place, so that we don't have a situation that important events overlap on the same weekend. We compete for people. We expect the public. We expect the spectators. And in order to get them there, we need to have agreements about time. But talking about events now, again, question to community houses. If we are talking about the opportunities of community houses today, have you thought that if we create heads of community houses, workers, now humans, not concrete anymore, we create possibilities for us to create? Well, it is obvious that cultural work is a continuous process, and the coordinator of local cultural life is the community house. So therefore the community houses should survive, and I have never been convinced that non-profit organizations who are now taking over community houses, that they could fulfill all these tasks that the process requires and meet all the expectations. Non-profit organizations are, let's say, enthusiasm-based. And yeah, a group of enthusiasts and pioneers, their energy. But if they get tired and if they don't have any thoughts, that they can just step aside coldly. But the community house has to get the process going. We don't have this opportunity to step aside. And as we talked earlier about competition, well, we are at the seaside, nice summer place, and we have many people during the summer. But yes, we are competing for the people, because we have 5 weekends in summer to have events all over Estonia, and to have this cultural calendar, and to have a situation that we take into account, all of us. Everybody wants to have its events. And therefore, the level, the professionalism has to be higher so that people get interested and they would find what they are interested in. Christina, you are a creator in the very true sense of the word. To create opportunities, you do. But you also give opportunities for all of us, because we know you're a member of the traditional center foundation. No longer. But creation, what I had in mind, you create applications because local governments give you a little bag of budget, and there is a certain amount of euros with which you have to manage during the year. But if there is enough motivation and interest to do more than you are required or expected to do, then there is this opportunity to create applications, to ask, and then according to your vision and make your dreams come true. And these were your writings, these were your visions and dreams. Now, I would like to connect the union of amateur theatres with the work of communities. Our festivals that have taken place since 1982, then their principle until now is that they take place every year in a different place. So we are looking for exciting places to go every year. I think this is exciting to take children across Estonia. We have been to Jõgeva, which is a very small place, Karksinu. We have been there several times. So we have thought it very important to move around Estonia, and we wouldn't have this opportunity unless it wasn't for you. One is this financial aspect, but the way I see it as a leader of the organization and organizer of some event, I certainly prefer cooperation partners, not just a room. Somebody gives you the keys and says, well, you're welcome to whatever you want to do. This is not it. It is more interesting to cooperate with those cultural actors, promoters locally, because these are the people who know how things work. He knows the people who are interested in theater, for example. He knows how to find audience and knows what the right timing could be, and also knows that there would not be conflicts of events in the cultural calendar. And if we create bigger events, then it means that the stronger the cooperation, then the better and the more emotional events we have managed to organize. So we indeed hope that we can continue to go to Estonian cultural houses, community houses, to perform, and also at the same time thinking about the conditions locally. And I hope that this is some kind of cultural benefit to you as well, that this has given something to your community. Thank you. Well, we understood from Heikki that the foundation is very motivated to earn money, to create, apply creatively, and through this also to develop the community. But we have little time left. Don't want to go over the limit so that Mutika, our moderator, can go back to television. But we talked about cooperation at different levels. The Union of Community Houses, we are also discussing cooperation. On the 24th of October, there will be the Day of Community Houses. 100 130 years, the connector of communities. There are 122 community houses. This is impressive. I don't think this all. I believe there are more. And if on that day of community houses that we bring our ideas in front of our communities, then I believe that we are on the right path and that we are acting correctly. Viljar, are you going to participate? Well, yes, I have plans, but now that we have this special situation, then this cultural work also has to be done on different levels so that we can put out everything, but we don't know where the peak of the virus will come, or will it get better. So it all depends on that. Of course, we are all waiting and seeing, but a lot has been done. Different agreements have been made. I know community houses who are going to have concerts, dance evenings. There is a long list, a very rich list, even though we haven't mapped it completely, but we think that this day will show precisely how multicolored the people are and how many people there are for whom community houses are important. What about Võru? On that day, we are actually going to organize a big event. This will depend on certain conditions. And the group that I have been leading for 40 years, we are going to organize a big concert for Ultima Thule. This requires a lot of resource. We are talking a lot about culture, and we all consider ourselves culture workers, and we are saying how good it is. I understood from Lithuania that the state also considers us as cultural workers, but this should mean that if the state is saying that our minimum salaries is 1,040, this should concern all of us. If I remember correctly, you started here. I know that culture workers do not expect to earn much, but at the same time I understood from Heikki when he wanted Võru Kannel to become a center, and this is the reality today. We have to dream loudly, and why not pass this message to the universe and the leaders of our governments, local governments. We are equal partners, we are educated, and we are really working where we are not counting time, seconds, minutes, seasons, holidays. If the community wishes and desires, then we will be there and we will take very seriously, and we organize really good quality events. I would like to add that I sincerely wish that we will have some clarity in terminology, not about this community house or culture house, but also national culture. And I do hope that the workers of community houses, that there will be more of them, more of you, and that you would clearly understand what your tasks are. And I wish every luck and success to you. Long live community houses. Thank you all. And as you heard, we have a lot to do. We are going to analyze, research, and clarify what is a community house and what is what. Wonderful, very emotional. The first round, I was walking around to see how many are in their phones and how many have fainted behind their masks, but people were watching and listening very intently. So the audience found it interesting. Friends, we are having lunch for 1 hour. We will resume at 40:40. So again, there's one black table. This is paid, and the ones with white tablecloth, this is free for the members of the conference. And if you want, you can go outside. Okay, so go and visit it before there are restrictions. So please return, because there will be more interesting stuff.
kõditasid naba, sina oled mängust vaba. Hiired 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 kõditasid naba, sina oled mängust vaba.
maast. Tuul võttis mind pääle. Argliku rändaja. Pool juhatab välja. Päriselt seisev mees. Veeloomad kandvad mu jalgu. Puhtad su poole teel. Juuakse järvi, et kuivan meeltest miskit ei jääks järgi. Tuuakse märgi, armud südameid välja veest. Nüüd võin rääkida, nüüd on rääkida, nüüd pean rääkima sinust. Nüüd saan rääkida, nüüd on rääkida, nüüd võin rääkida sinust. Kuu vaatab me peale. Suur suu naeratab. Maa voolabki ära. Andunud jäljed on veel. Nüüd võin vaikida.
Elu ilus, elu valus, ilus poiss on elu alus. Elu ilus, elu valus, ilus poiss on elu alus. Olgugi, et oled ilus, ei saa ikka vähe vilus, muidu armukiirtega võid end ära kõrvata. Aga mis sinul viga elada ja poissme põlve pidada, taluga tütreid koosida ja nendelt muusi noorida. Poisse armastuse tuju on kui küünus kaalikuju, nende armastuse sammas on kui valge peaga. lasta siis sõidan ära Aafrika, abiellun ahviga ja lapsed saavad sabaga.
maja taga on mets, kuid sinna minna ma ei tohi. Mu maja taga on ookean, kuid ei ujuda. Mu maja taga on täiskuu, kuid sinna minna ma ei tohi, sest see maa ei kuulu minule. Su maja taga on mets, kuid sinna minna sa ei tohi. Su maja taga on ookean, su maja tees on barjäärid, mis sind ei luba. Nad sinu maja sind välja ei lubagi. Tule mulle külla, ma üksinda ei saa. Tule mulle kaaslaseks, mu piire nihutama. Tule mulle külla, tahan hakata elama. Tule mulle kaaslaseks, ma panen muusika mängima. Mu tuba on pime ja mu käes on tikutoos, kuid lahti on jäänud gaasipalloon, ma ei saa süüdata. Su tuba on pime, sa oled tuppa lahti laotanud, armuleekides külla vaagnad, puuduvad tikud sul, et neid süüdata. Tule mulle külla, ma üksinda ei saa. Tule mulle kaaslaseks, mu piired nihuta. Tule mulle külla, tahan hakata elama. Tule mulle kaaslaseks, ma panen muusika mängima. Tule mulle külla, ma üksinda ei saa. Tule mulle kaaslaseks, oma barjääre nihuta. Tule mulle külla, uut tunnet tahan proovida. Hakkame tantsima, ma üksinda ei saa.
Mina ärkasin udusel hommikul, päev polnud alanud veel. Tõmbasin jalgama sinised kummikud, metsaserv ootab mind ees. Kastene hein tegi märjaks minu kummikud, aega on koiduni veel. Ees mind nüüd ootavad tumedad tammikud, aeglaselt ärkab mu meel. Metsas on ilu ja metsas on elu, kui südame lahti vaid teed. Siin kukub kägu ja seal laulab ööbik ja kraavides voolavad veed. Käin kuuse alt läbi, nüüd juuksed on kammitud, silmadest une viib tuul. Jooksu pealt jalast mul tulevad kummikud, lehelind laulmas on kuul. Jalge all mõnusalt karedad samblikud, hoogu saan juurde ma veel. Metsas ei ole ju hommikul ummikuid, kiirust ei piirata teel. Metsas on ilu ja metsas on elu, kui südame lahti vaid teed. Siin kukub kägu ja seal laulab ööbik ja kraavides voolavad veed. Metsade vaikusel on oma võlu, kui südame lahti vaid teed. Kui tunned ära, on silmades sära ja uneski leiad sind teed. Pohlad ja mustikad, need on minu lemmikud, siniseks saab minu keel. Rajad kõik metsa all läbi, on sammutud, aega on veel. Võiksin siin kõndida hilise õhtuni, aega on veel ja on veel. Sookured järve veel tõusevad õhkuni, kõikidel on oma tee. Metsas on ilu ja metsas on elu, kui südame lahti vaid teed. Siin kukub kägu ja seal laulab ööbik ja kraavides voolavad veed. Metsade vaikusel on oma võlu, kui südame lahti vaid teed. Kui tunned ära, on silmades sära ja uneski leiad sind tee.
Karpitamme kanepit, sõklatämme sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päevaranna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi. Karpitamme kanepit, sõklatämme sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päevaranna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi. Karpitamme kanepit, sõklatämme sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päevaranna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi. Karpitamme kanepit, sõklatämme sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päevaranna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi. Karpitamme kanepit, sõklatämme sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päevaranna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi. Karpitamme kanepit, sõklatämme sõrmusid.
anna liha pätsi, päeval anna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi, karbiterve kanepid, seglaterve sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päeval anna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi, karbiterve kanepid, seglaterve sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päeval anna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi, karbiterve kanepid, seglaterve sõrmusid, päevake tuleb välja, anna liha pätsi, päeval anna pätsi leiba, päevapoisid poole pätsi, karbiterve kanepid, seglaterve sõrmusid.
No nii, daamid ja härrad, ma näen, et te olete tagasi lõunapausilt ja saalis on palju rohkem.
That you have come back and there are more people now than before, so the food was so good that it attracted more people. As you have understood, we have a conference, Kuavadi, community house, but now we are going to learn some more about Estonian administrative reform. Sulev Valner, but he is the advisor of the Ministry of Finance and he will join us through web. And not everybody is able to join us. Yes, I can see you and hear you fine. I have a couple of slides and I think we are going to start. If you are ready, then I will ask the audience to give you an applause. Sulev Valner. Greetings from Tartu. I am really sorry that I could not come to Haapsalu. I did plan to do it, but because I have had a sore throat for a couple of days, and in an ordinary situation I would have said, so what, let's wait and see, but now the rules say, at least in our house, they confirm at every step that if you feel anything suspicious, then please stay at home. And therefore I am now at home in Tartu. But I think it's a loss because I know very well conference lunch breaks and coffee breaks are an important part of conferences. But I would like to introduce this afternoon block so that you can then continue further to what conclude. First of all, I would like to say that the administrative reform is something we can talk for a long time, but certainly I am not planning to tell you the whole truth. Firstly, because I'm so much involved in it, it's not suitable for me to give any evaluation, to evaluate what went wrong or what went well. There are very many different topics. There are a couple of slides that I have prepared, and I will try to manage with them. Let's see how I manage to flip the slide. I think now I have a tool or gadget. Well, I will start from history. This administrative reform in Estonia was not for the first time. Maybe it's worthwhile to remember the reform before the Second World War, when we had a situation in Estonia, this administrative division, well, Petseri area is a different case, but by and large this administrative division that remained or that was tried to revive or renew in the 1990s, because we tried to restore everything that we had before the war. But the situation had changed somewhat. By that time, when we started with the administrative reform in 2016, we had 213 local governments, somewhat fewer than before the war, but the administrative division was roughly the same. But like with this pre-war reform, if we read those documents from the 1930s, the aim was to strengthen local governments by merging them. And the aim was the same in 2017. Perhaps you can't see this slide, but I'm not aiming at telling you everything that is on the slides. This will be made available to you, and then you can study them more closely. But what I wanted to say about urban and rural population and about the statistics is that if in 1934 we saw that there were approximately 30% of the population lived in towns and 70% in the countryside. So then by 1979, the percentage has remained. But the tables have turned. About 70% of the people live in towns and 30% in the countryside. So if we combine it with this administrative division before the war, whether it fits today, then it follows the... And perhaps what was it, what we reached, the discussion in the society already in 2013, 2014, when I started to deal with this topic, then it was very strongly in the air, this understanding that the administrative reform has to be done. It has been tried for 20 years unsuccessfully. I remember that President Ilves very emotionally described that this reform that has not happened is the kind of the repetitive part of the things that have not been done in Estonia. And this is something that we can say about several government institutions. The State Audit Office, for example, and perhaps we should remind us of these things. And perhaps this was also one of the major motivations to go forward with a reform, that there was a certain consensus. A certain consensus had been reached. And indeed, we have this picture that there are 79 towns and counties. The number of local municipalities diminished 3 times, and they increased in size 3 times. This means that this is the number that when you go up and go down, it makes the same. So if before the reform it was about 218 people in one local government municipality, that was a typical municipality, then after the reform there are about more than 7,000 people, 7,500 people. This is not only a numeric difference, but also content-wise, the situation has changed. At the same time, we can also add here that not all municipalities have merged, because during the reform we have 51 new municipalities and 28 remained the same. They didn't have to merge. Therefore, to bring you some examples from local governments where the management of the local government was problematic, Jõhvi, Kuusalu, for example, and it comes to your mind that perhaps this is something to do with the reform. But these are local governments, for example, also Narva, which did not merge. And this administrative reform is not guilty that they actually are facing problems, because maybe the problem is that they did not merge. And if we move on with the pictures, then we can point out certain successes or success stories. This relative continuity through different governments. Governments changed. Now Jaak Aab is my minister. This is the 6th minister during 7 years. And there have been from the Reformist Party, the Centrist Party. But luckily, from the point of view of the reform, this continuity remained. And secondly, what was the good thing about the reform, even though it has been criticized a lot, was that the mergers in the main was decided locally, the way local people wanted. According to the law, there had to be at least 5,000 people. Smaller municipalities, local governments had to merge. But in principle, how and with whom, this was decided locally. There were merger agreements, merger support was received, investment support after mergers. And these were the aspects that helped to reach the agreement. But still, the process didn't go without problems and obstacles. It was not painless. Many local governments sued the reform to the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court decided that in principle everything has been done in accordance with the Constitution, but there is one small thing that that was annulled. But in principle everything is done by the book and you can move forward. And this was what it was. There are certain problematic areas still, if we list them. We have received a lot of criticism from both directions. There are some who think that those who, the local governments which have merged are now too big. Formerly the smaller ones were better. Yes, we can understand it, because many think that this criticism is not because of some service provision logic, but about maintaining one's identity, local identity. But we have also received criticism recently because the reform was perhaps too modest, and it should have been we should have made even larger local governments and municipalities. There are politicians and scientists who think that the local government should be the size of the county, no less than that. And this logic, 5,000 people, that was the limit. And we set it knowingly. And we thought that in many counties there will be several centers around which these municipalities, local governments will be formed, and this is right. If we take, for example, Valga County or Lääne County or Jõgeva, then if we take that this could be one municipality only, but maybe there are other centers who think differently. So in that sense, yeah, there are those who are critical, and likewise there's been criticism about merger agreements. Maybe they are maybe we're overachieving, we're trying to overachieve, but at the same time there are people who said that we are setting obstacles, that if previously it was agreed that all cultural establishments will remain, but now the new government steps into office, local government, and they want to optimize, which is a modern term, then this is something that cannot be achieved with this merger agreement. Yes, this criticism has been contradictory, and this gives food for thought. And this reform is something where we need to seek some kind of balance. It's a balancing act. And maybe one major benefit that we have hoped to gain from the reform is that the municipalities, towns, parishes should have more specialists, professionals, so that the officials are more professional, their prestige is better. Because in smaller local governments, there was often the situation that one and the same person had to deal and multitask with many different things. And if we take, for example, a parallel from sports, then of course there is a difference. If the football team sends out 11 men, or perhaps only 5, so how can we cover the whole stadium, and how well can we play? And therefore we have those initial indications that at least one study that has been conducted, it's a bit old now, but it was done before and after the reform. And we saw very clearly this very evident difference. Before the reform, there were, well, in terms of lawyers, culture, sports, it was somebody's side task, 0.3, 0.2 workload. But now in the county government, the local government, you can have a person who is fully focused on this job at hand, and this could be considered a positive result. But certainly, if we sum up and take the aim of the reform, then it was to form stronger local governments who would be able to offer better public services, to improve the competitiveness of regions. And perhaps it should be mentioned that perhaps not directly in the context of this reform, but a different process. But in 2018, the county government's work was stopped, and partially their tasks were given to those merged municipalities. For example, drawing up development plans. This is a joint task of local governments, and this is done very with having thought it through. At the moment, we are conducting an audit of local government acts, and that should lead to the revision of the acts to see how this local initiative could be decreased. It's easier to say than to do when you in real life you start to think, do we trust governments or not? Yes, politically correct is to say yes, of course we trust, but in reality, are we giving them more tools, more funds? It is not so easy to solve. And last but not least, we are working on different in different directions. We are mapping servicing omavalitsus.ee, localgovernment.ee is a very good site which is in process, and the content is improving all the time, and you can compare the strengths and weaknesses of different local governments in different categories and from different aspects. And we are trying to enhance the cooperation between local governments. But to sum it up, I would like to say that if we come back to the question that how local governments organize the work of community houses, then from the ministry, we are not going to tell people how to do this. And we assume that this reform prepared better readiness to arrange local life. And I believe that, as was said by Urmas Suklas, Estonia is standing on the shoulders of community houses. I think this is very strongly something that you have to do locally, that you have to be very demanding and demand more from those merged local governments, their councils, their leaders. And these people who are the members of different councils, and 3 years ago you elected them, and now you have to make them responsible, and you have to exert pressure on them so that they would make the right choices, whether in terms of staff or supporting culture. And in a year's time, when we have new elections, and I would like to invite local cultural workers to very firmly and strongly participate in this process and be election discussions, maybe in your local discussions. So indeed, this is your local government, your local power, and these decisions have to be taken locally, and you have to influence them in the best possible way. We have to now sum you up, and this was understood very clearly, that you have to do things locally. Now we have the conditions. We invite the next speaker, Kalle Vister.
When we are speaking about the administrative reform, and quite a number of useful remarks were presented. So the next speaker will speak about the organization of cultural activities after the administrative reform. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and those who are participating via the web. In Latvia and Lithuania, my topic is the organization of cultural activities after the administrative reform. So on the county level view and rural municipality practical view on the field. We heard a lot of statements today from different regional backgrounds, how this organizational work has been done. So I would like to add some practical remarks to the topic here that might serve as advice for the future. So based on the slides, what's in front of you, so speaking about the reform and when these county governments terminated their activities in 2017, and then we have now 79 local governments, and 3 county terminated their association work. So we have to stick to the legislation and base our activities on that. So constitution is the basis for us. And there I will cite there, we have to provide unwavering faith and steadfastness in restoring the culture, language, and the population. And the second is to is the Local Governments Organization Act, and this is also specifying the tasks of local governments. This is based on cultural work and organization of cultural activities, though those are the broad path and direction for our work. And if we're speaking on the county level activities, so the state provided tasks to the local authorities. We have 8 in total number, but I will bring forward 4 of them because they are important. Speaking about strategies, and when these development strategies were initiated and the compilation of those were initiated in the local governments, then many parties were involved there. And so the wording differs. In some places very detailed wording, others kind of superficial. And the state has provided support to it as well. So 50% from the is grant, and this is to all counties the same. And the other grants depend on number of inhabitants in these regions. There's a question whether it's too much or too little. This depends from the viewers, but I understand that support is nevertheless, and grants especially, are important. So if we are talking about the development plans and strategies, there are also development plans for certain fields. For example, in Tartu County, 2025 strategy is very thorough and detailed, and I hope most of you have read it through. Also, we have adopted the Saaremaa development strategy and Hiiumaa as well, and the process is also valid in the southern part of Estonia. I have brought to your attention also the instrument Culture 2030, and I think you have been involved in that, but As we all know, that there's national undertaking to provide a larger and wider plan. And then, if we're thinking about the 15 counties and who is responsible, but in addition to that, there's also a plan for Tallinn city, but on the county level, on the 8th of 15, the local governments have an umbrella organization, the association. But in 3 of the counties, there is the County Development Center. We call them MAK. And in 2 counties, in Põlva and Valgamaa, there is cooperation between the MAK and the local governments association. And the islands are independent administrative units, plus the bigger and smaller ones. And we had also kind of expectations, assumptions, who and how the staffing will be carried out. And then in 8 out of 15, there is a full-time social worker or cultural officer. And then some others are either part-time or named differently, and either or a cultural committee as well in charge of those tasks. And in the Western Läänemaa and on the islands, there's also a specific structure. And in Valgamaa, border to Latvia, there's county-level large events organization committee. And back to history. Then last year, we visited all the 15 counties, and we assessed the regional approach to organization of cultural events. And as you know, there's also in every county there is an extension of the arm from the state, the officer who is responsible for the regional cultural developments. And the summary of those visits is reflected in the instrument or the report over there. And what were the kind of bottlenecks here? Most probably just differences in terminology or understanding of terminology, and it depends very much how the countries have worded their tasks and future perspectives. And structures and responsibilities have not clearly determined. And in addition to that, culture is not the first priority very often if financing is discussed. And very often the cultural fields are prone to cuts in the first place. And then there's different understanding of the role of cultural activities. It's very quite often there seems frequent remark that, oh, this is just entertainment, like entertainment. But these problems, what I bring to your attention, have been collected from the local cultural so we have a problem here that very few young people come to attend or to take part in the activities, and we have quite some issues about the choir leaders or the dance groups and circles, mentors. And there's one solution here to the problem number one, that on a county level there could be some measures taken in order to attract younger people. And definitely from the discussion circle, we understood that the number of population and local vicinities are diminishing, and kind of routine work and would interfere. And this is really a serious issue of the continuity of the activities. Issue number 2. So there are counties where there's no clear understanding about the leadership or management of the cultural activities. In quite a number of countries, it's kind of entertainment approach, and the financing would follow accordingly. And another issue that cooperation is from time to time too weak. So there's some way to improve the activities, to think together how to improve the situation in a favorable way. And number 3, the general issue is that the population numbers are falling and the younger people are leaving. And this is quite a troublesome issue. And top of that, if we do not have people who would lead any kind or this or that choir or circle, and so there's also lack of audience. So it's quite a sad picture. How should we act in the local governments in order to sustain the current trend? So the local governments are valuing the activities in the cultural centers. So trusting your people there is really a value. But we have the feeling that responsibilities are kind of ignored. Me as an official in the local governments tend to trust too much and just sneaking away from responsibilities. But then again, optimization is a key word here, and also merger of the different cultural centers in the area of one local government. And definitely financing of the activities depends on the priorities in local government. But I stress that these 3 issues that I brought here out to your attention prove that the continuation is very important. And if I want to find a person on local governments on the regional level, then I do not list them out, but it's the kind of general statistics is in front of you. But in the last 5 local governments, there's no homepage, or there's no reference on the homepage who is responsible for the activities of cultural centers. What could we do? Cooperation between local governments. Several speakers have stressed that, and if we are talking about the Song and Dance Festival organization, so this is going quite all right, but probably there's lack of mentors and leaders there, so let's try to pay more attention on this factor. And I believe that the kind of salary support or grant to the leaders and mentors of the song and dance groups is of help. And we are talking also about the remuneration or salary levels. And again, the leaders in local governments and the council members have to set priorities, how they value the people who are active in the cultural field. Yes, recognition and awarding and paying attention in a positive way to the leaders in the cultural field is very important. And finally, important additional value could be created to the regional development if we cooperate and if we invest in cultural activities. So this is motivating the local people. Tourism is very important here. All these events attract more tourists. So, and entrepreneurship field and in cultural space, the buildings and space motivation there is also very important. And definitely integration is a last word. If we can bring along and invite the people with different languages and cultural background, this is added value. So, all the best wishes for cooperation and successful activities. Thank you. So, Kalle Wister is director of the Cultural Association. And the next speaker, we have a discussion circle planned here, and I invite the following people here: Veiko Luhalaid as a moderator, of Estonian Cities and Municipalities Association, Krista Visast will participate also via the internet, Eino Pedanik also, and Anton Pärn, Keijo Soomelt, Krista Lemberg from Saaremaa via the internet. So please take a seat here. Yesterday we had
So this is the blanket that everybody wants to drag towards itself. We want to have 2.5% of GDP to defense forces. There's been a lot of talk how much we spend on culture and education. It should be 2 or more. Culture people would say 5% or even more. The smaller the nation, the more we think that how we do things, and it says also in our constitution that the aim of the country is to maintain our culture. But what is actually taking place local? Who has the blanket of finances? As we heard previously, it is not always clear who is the contact point in the local government. Veiko, your turn. Thank you all, friends of culture. First of all, to introduce the topic, I have to apologize that I'm not a cultural worker, and this topic perhaps is a bit difficult for me to discuss. I have been a local government leader for 17 years, so I have been the one who has not given enough money, for example, to community houses, but don't take my position as the official position of the Union of Towns and counties or municipalities. I am expressing my opinion as an expert, not as an official. And I'm talking about my experience and what I am thinking. And please also don't throw tomatoes at me, because I knowledgeably, well, I can think if I say something that you don't agree with, then these are just my thoughts. Organizers, thank you very much for inviting. And I was asked to talk about 10-15 minutes before our round table. Yes, indeed. We have done the administrative reform. Our local governments are bigger now. And if now the advisor from the Ministry of Finance about these 26 municipalities who fought for bigger municipalities and local governments, we were among the ones who lost. The reform was prepared on the basis of very simple criteria, 5,000 people. And I understand this is reasonable, because the less criteria there are, the less there are possibilities to criticize them. So if we set too many criteria, then it's difficult to finally understand what the real basis is. The focus was on the quality of management and the availability of services broadly. But yes, management quality has increased, no doubt. The figures are talking about themselves. The quality of services also has improved. And this well, this site that Sulle Wallner mentioned, from there you can see the situation in local governments, whether it's green or red or something else. So this aim has been reached. But now, a local government, the word local government says in itself that something belongs to us. And if something belongs to us, then we should know everything and everybody there. But among these tens and hundreds of local governments, do I know the families who has problems, an elderly person or a person with some special needs? And this concerns also culture. Well, I don't know precisely who is in need or who is in needs of some cultural support. So there is probably the most important deficiency, which was one of the results of the reform. And as the previous speaker also said, this county level, there's a total confusion there. So what is the county responsible for? Well, is it the development center? And also culture is somewhat in this gray area. And how will this reach the customer, the client? It is a very complicated nuance. But why was the reform successful? There has not been much talk about it. I have heard about it and talked about it on the radio and TV. It was a success because there was fear and greed. So if we merged, then we were bought, and I was rewarded with money, and that was kind of a success indicator. And for 20 years, this had not been possible. But now, what is the situation today with community houses? As was mentioned by Jorma Sarv this morning, I did like what he said, that we should speak in one and the same language. And talking here in front of you, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. The community house as the organizer of events, promoter, sharer of information, or a bureaucratic institution, or a community house in a sense of a pub where sparkling people come together and start to do something. When I don't even know myself what I think about it, and I don't know what you think. And is it the most sensible way, and I've heard it repeatedly today, that in 1938, should we take the situation in 1938 as a basis, but the world has moved on. And as we can see, these people they are present in our houses, in our lives. We also talked with our Lithuanian and Latvian colleagues. And Ege Kulbok-Latik's presentation, again, the message was that if Lithuania has been able to adopt the law in Latvia, this is going through the second reading. And perhaps the criticism, as you have discussed, that the community house law does not exist in Estonia, and why is not there any clarity about it? The community house law, aren't you afraid that there will be a similar situation, as I said earlier, that the situation after the administrative reform? Yuri Mutika also mentioned the financing of culture. My rhetoric question is, what are the spheres in OECD countries, or in other words, in developed countries where Estonia belongs, what are the most paid fields? Well, more than 10%, we all know. Defense, and second, culture. Not education, not anything else, but culture. If we take it really broadly, which means that what we are talking today, museums, culture houses, community houses, this is a lot of money which has been scattered into small points in Estonia. And if we adopt this new law, would it not create a situation where that this is something that has to be organized by the county, like Võru Kannel is a county institution, but the rest don't get enough money. If we take Lithuania and Latvia, referring Kulbok-Latik, we can't really use the examples from Latvia and Lithuania. Our local government is, the form is considerably older. It has moved or developed somewhat differently, and it is probably the same with our cultures. As was pointed out by Kulbok-Latik, and this community house topic and this how this started in Lithuania, it has gone along a different path, and this is my subjective belief as well. We have our own nation, and if we are oppressed by somebody, then it is likely that our sense of identity takes more energy, more commitment. But Lithuania was part of Great Poland, and we can't take Latvia and Lithuania as examples because they have a totally different situation. We have the situation whereby culture is the responsibility of local governments, and we don't have this mid-level like they have in our neighboring countries. And there is a certain confusion that who should do what and who is responsible for what. The local government, I will come back, it's a local government, our self-government, starting from recreation, ending with top culture. I'm a layperson, but locally we should be able to decide how we do it. Agreements on local and regional level are very important, how we do certain things. And our wallet is only as big as it is. And you, and your biggest concern probably is that the Local Government Act says that cultural affairs is a voluntary task, and you have experienced it yourselves, that if because of the crisis there are dire straits and there are difficulties, you cannot leave education aside, you just cannot do that. We cannot neglect taking care of roads because this is really vital, and culture is the only area where it's possible to curb funds And this is something we have not wanted to do, but this is the reality. And perhaps we will talk more about this with our panel and roundtable. But since we have a situation that our presenters have, or our members have changed, I apologize if I confuse some people here. I don't know who is who, so I have to figure it out somehow. But let's start. Now that the question is on whom is this cultural blanket? Who has the blanket? What do you think? Well, I should start from the thought that the initiative is punishable. When we prepared for the conference, and I mentioned just randomly that one topic could be that who has the cultural blanket, and now I have to deal with it. It was included into the discussion panel. But why I inserted this question is that in the process of preparing this conference, is that when we have seen today from these presentations the traditional heritage that community houses have carried on, and we know whatever the name, be it a cultural center or something else, but I can see today in our society processes. Here is Anton Bern, Vice-Chancellor, former Vice-Chancellor, who was very tightly connected with the development of museums. And also I can see that many cultural areas have tried to define today's principles, changes, operational principles, and future vision. And what can we do in the changed world, and what can we do better? And if we think back on the level of local governments, and if we take this look at the first Estonian Republic, then today our community houses have several side institutions who in some way are doing the same work that was earlier conducted in community houses. Now it is done partly in different institutions like open youth centers. In local governments also we have daycare centers where elderly people can gather. They can enjoy services, including cultural services. So the market on the local level today is more dispersed. And therefore, when I'm listening to the perspectives of the development of libraries, then libraries very clearly express that we are a cultural center, or we are cultural centers. We are now in Haapsalu Cultural Center, but they too are cultural centers. And the development of museums has also led us to a situation that museums organize parallel events like earlier and also now community houses do. And this was the reason, the motivation why we should discuss on this topic. And perhaps today we are not going to reach any solutions or recommendations, but maybe for this union organization, this is kind of a thought how to move forward, how to develop further. Anton Bern. Yes, I listened to you carefully, and also before coming here, I thought, and it seems to me, that we should not think who has the blanket, because it resembles or brings a parallel about drinking cognac in the morning. The question is, have you finished drinking cognac, or when are you going to finish? But the question is rather that how wide is the blanket and how big is the local government's or the region, how big is the basis, and all these organizations and institutions who are dealing or who are engaged in the field of culture. There is nothing strange that we all are active, so that we cross our borders. We are seeking often new opportunities. We are challenging ourselves, our organizations. We do theaters, cinemas, but in the main, we still remain in the limit of our organization. We have our own remit, but this cultural institutional base is very narrow. Then it could mean that the blanket covers only one center, but then it means that the region suffers. If we take, for example, Haapsalu or Lääne County, then I would encourage everybody to be active and not be afraid that we have crossed our borders and we are doing we are playing on somebody else's playground. We are doing it well, but this is just a one-off project, and my wish would be that this blanket is wide and our basis is strong and wide and everybody is covered. Thank you. And Keijo Soomelt. First of all, for the past half hour, I have two very unpopular thoughts. Firstly, the reality is that we have less and less people. Half of our local governments, the development plans says that we want to have more people, but the question is where, from where? Secondly, the same, the multitude of opportunities. If we compare 100 years back, if we have the same amount of people, then these people have now many more times opportunities, which means that they are not using certain opportunities, they are not using certain services, and this is perfectly normal. And we have to accept it, we have to embrace it. And as to local governments, then I don't know who has the blanket, but I think that from the point of the local government, I think our most important function is to offer support, clarity. I don't see a big difference whether the organizer of events, whether the organizer is a non-profit organization or some branch organization. And these things were so differently organized before the reform, and they are differently organized now, and they will remain to be different organized. And reflecting the thought about as concerns the law, this is not a very popular thought. But this morning I deliberated a little bit. So if on the one hand we say that after the administrative reform we had a kind of sense that this governance moved away from us and we are less connected with the local government. Not that my colleagues have mentioned it, but can we do it somehow with a law and some decentralization? I think it could lead us along the same path. If we start to decide things from some centers, then this local touch will move even further away. I don't know whether it is good or bad, but on the basis of our Latvian colleagues, they have said they have many levels in local governments and many decisions are taken not locally but in some centers. And this is the nuance that we need to take into account.
And now I have selected feelings or prioritized the feelings. We have also quiet service. Hello from Saaremaa. from the islands, Itä-Länder. I'm a specialist, cultural specialist in our county. It's quite easy to understand. We are there for those who need it and who want it. And I really would avoid this kind of selfish approach. But I think it's important to consider and to listen to others. We have 16 cultural centers and 1 cultural center, 1 cultural community house, and 13 cultural centers as Rahvamaja. And as including the smaller islands, so we have spread our blanket till the last little island. So this kind of comparison is really excellent, but it made us think in a different way. And under the blanket, beside the cultural centers, there could be the village societies and the different smaller local organizations who could feel protected and prone to cooperation. But what makes me sad, because it seems quite strange already that you have to prove all the time that the blanket is needed for me as well, a little bit more as a blanket. But I hope that in cooperation with our local government, this is achieved. And after the merger agreement, we will start normal life again. Thank you. And now the next speaker. Hello, I'm Krista Visad from the Libraries Association. I was also thinking about the blanket, and very often we associate the blanket with pulling this way and somebody else is pulling the other way. How to put cooperation in between it. And then we are in the Haapsalu Cultural Center. Here's also a library in the same building and also an exhibition hall. And I really like the name of folk center, because that would provide for all who are interested from different angles there. So I think that might be a good start for cooperation. Thank you. And based on the answers, I would formulate a direct question. Do we need a Cultural Centers Act? Yes, why not? I think a lot of movement and effort has been made into the same direction, and it's needed. And to a certain extent, we feel that we are in the transition phase or age, and we are modifying and amending the administrative structures. It's kind of a period that is search for best solutions, and most probably at the same time it is important also to stick to the substantial trends and values. I do not see that this is simply bureaucracy. I think the legislation should be created. So would that help to stretch the blanket to this or that side? No. I think that might not be the priority here. It is good to have many parties in the field. Most dangerous is that if there is only one who is pulling the blanket. If we have people who are every day in the field and both sides would have the feeling that it's needed, their work is beneficial, thinking about closing down some of the cultural centers or houses, then last year we just had a very heated discussion and demonstrations even and in our region, and those people who voiced their views did not visit often the place. My message is concentrated in the following. None of our local governments would shut down anything if people visit the place. And best what we could do is to promote the services provided from these houses. But speaking about legislation, so I would be very excited to see and hear what it contains. This is a very long story already, and it has been discussed multitude of ways. And I think that this kind of a draft should be on the tables pretty soon. That would help to maintain and preserve the cultural activities in locations. Krista? Yes. The national libraries have their own act, and that regulates our work in the field. And definitely it's helpful if the provisions help to function everyday way. And Minister of Culture. So I feel myself in a difficult position at the moment. Quite a number of years ago, I participated in the initiative group where we started to formulate why we need the regulating act. And the main issues faced at that time, like nowadays, after the administrative reform, there were fears in the air that most probably local governments would decide their own on their own way, and we lose a lot of protections. Brought a good example. If people do not visit the building, then with diminishing number of population, so it is diminishing the number of visitors, and we have to act and make a decision what to do in such a situation if people do not visit anymore. And I know that our association questioned or asked different political parties, and we saw that this kind of initiative was not supported by the Minister of Culture, but our association worked on that. And the general answers they received says that yes, it's a nice idea, and let's contemplate about it. And looking back now, what kind of changes have taken place since then? Most probably we do not need directly Cultural Centers Act, but rather we might think in a broader based cultural organization field. What should be on the local level created for a local people, and it could be sufficient. I wanted to add I do not know whether the legislation would help to improve things, but quite recently we received the results of a research and questioning of people who visited museums and who did not visit. And then we can compare the answers between the northern part of Estonia and the southern part of Estonia. And as a parallel finding was brought forward that could be that museums would take something away from cultural centers. There was a kind of hesitation that the museums and local cultural centers interaction and rivalry to some extent takes place, and there's a question now whether we start providing or legislating this landscape and including also libraries, museums and cultural centers, and whether we could limit and diminish the kind of hesitation between the three. As a conclusion, we could end up with saying that there might be legislation might help. And then if we start legislating and regulating, then we should opt for simple criteria, namely, so the 7 kilometers distance to the cultural center. So today the traffic is quite intensive, so let's be 70 kilometers. What would happen to the county and village schools? And how to distribute money between them? Whether the non-governmental NGOs or schools or others who would receive how much, whether the number of visitors would be the criteria or the number of inhabitants. So if we take this trend, then we kind of run over the local people, and we meet next with protesting people, and we have to terminate this approach. Krista, what do you think? I started to think. I do not have a clear answer to this issue. Speaking about the criteria, the number of visitors would play an important role. In libraries, it's simpler. The number of inhabitants in the region, and we get our share accordingly. But for cultural events, I do not have an answer here. Representative of museums, I started to think as well. I wouldn't prioritize the criteria. But we might try out the model what the national libraries have. But museums would interfere here. In Haapsalu city, there are 6 museums. As an institutions, 2 out of 6. But no provision in legislation could interfere in the established traditional structure if the museums are successful. We have a feeling that the criteria should be found from somewhere else in order to preserve the internal security or stability, like here in Haapsalu city, the movie theater, the library, the museum. Those places for people to spend free time and have a cultural experience is important to local people. I would love to see that these kind of spots or centers would be preserved, because it's important for the city. But how to provide security and assurance to the buildings, say cultural centers or something, how to provide here the kind of sense of satisfaction and security. If people do not visit those places, so there's no need to even to struggle finding criteria. There are quite some examples that exhibitions were staged but no visitors. 3.4 million people visited before the COVID-19 the museums before March current year. So definitely, and our population is above 1 million, and 3 times more visitors attended. People in museums developed a strategy for development 2021, and thinking 20 years back, what was the traditional operation of a museum. So it was quite a dull place. Attractiveness was excluded 20 years ago, and few visitors. And so the kind of innovation, discussions, international experience helped to improve the situation. For example, we have Baltic Museology School, and we can enjoy international expertise for development, and study visits to different countries. And looking at the museums today, we have also been won awards internationally, locally. So the content and work and organization in the field of museums have changed drastically for the better. I think that the legal regulation should not hamper. The best key word is cooperation here, and I have many good examples here. The museums collaborated with cultural centers. The museums visited our people in the folk houses and provided ideas for cooperation and joint activities, and different folk articles were discussed and so on, and common joint exhibitions and events were the result. So it's very important in all these related fields to go back to the grassroots level, and we should approach in a broader sense and way. And keep in mind that if no visitors or people do not come to those premises, then it's no pity at all to close down. But effort should be made to find ways how to keep these things alive. I think the criteria might not be the solution here, and because it's difficult to determine them, they are not specified and not measurable or comparable. The value range differs from people to people, from village to cities. And I think the priority should not be the criteria discussions, but content-wise discussions. We are talking about the folk song festival and dance festival act. And I think that the song festival tradition is live if we have enough number of choir singers and motivation attached to it. And if this is formulated in the legislation, has little effect to our emotion and activities. Some people might find support from regulations, but I am not convinced that the local government is the best organizer of cultural events. If we have excellent and vibrant village society or NGO, then it's good to give a green light to them if it's acceptable to the local region as well. And again, about the criteria, I have to have sufficient freedom and flexibility within the regulatory act, and then I'll find ways how to implement. What would be your message to the leaders of municipalities, rural municipalities and cities? Starting from Saaremaa. So you shut my mouth. I wanted to add something to the previous speaker's statement. I think that the cooperation involves not only the NGO or village society or cultural center. Cooperation means all the active members should take part. But next question, the culture is important not only because we can sing and dance. It's important because it would have a link and relations between the people in the regions. So let's take care and preserve the cultural houses and centers in the localities. So it's a very clear way. If we have a local NGO, we are functioning as a foundation. So you can delegate anything, but the question is, what is the distance and interest and motivation? If the state has created a new organizational structure for museums, kind of distancing the museums from the arm, but instead is participating in their work. So it's a kind of positive pressure, is trying to understand what day-to-day beat and the local. Yes, it's good to delegate, but the condition is not to lose contact, because all the best actors in the fields, they want to have recognition as well, not only interest. And it's a recommendation to the local governments. If you delegate, then show and express interest and go along with the beat. Local governments definitely to take care of all those who are active in the cultural fields, museums, libraries, cultural houses. Invite them all behind a round table and talk to them, discuss issues. I have a positive view to the questions here, despite of the fact that there are issues, and we are definitely talking about the issues. It's a salary, low salary, and unpainted walls, and so on and so forth. But I think that we are doing relatively well here in Estonia, and if we step wisely to the future as well, nothing bad might happen. I think on the local government level as well, a good work has been done, and I think this will continue. Minister of Culture. What's wrong with local governments? No, nothing wrong with them, but it's a challenge, rather. If there were development plans put forward and we have had excellent development strategies and on the tables where different angles and walks and fields have been discussed and documented, I think this is a future perspective in order to have openness, visibility, and in a democratic way, listening and providing or considering what kind of opportunities the local governments could add to the livings. So I see that there's still a way to go. So, Keijo, if you can do it for 2 minutes, then the minister will listen. So I would like to sum up. In my everyday work, very clear message. All the decisions should reach us faster, clearer, and in a complete format. Anybody wants to add anything? No. So he took words from my mouth. Thank you. Now you can applaud.
Our agenda has one round of talks, and I started to think that how does it feel that you have heard so many wise people on the stage? I'd like to add something, but I haven't been able to figure things out. But this is my wish only. I think there are more than 50 people in the hall, and with this corona thing, we have to keep distance. So please, for the last panel, you don't have to formulate everything. You just use a phrase. I think we have 4 persons here who want to present their opinions. They are volunteers. It's not going to hurt, but we jointly will try to find an answer. Quo vadis? And you have been agreed to be part of the show. It's like the actors in our evening program. I'm the only one to lead the program, but I have agreed that we are going to stand, and where are we starting from and where we want to go. The agenda says that another round of discussions, but I see that everybody's racking their brains. This task requires a very time-critical element. Not that I'm in a hurry to go to Tallinn. So let's stand here in a row, facing the audience, keeping distance so that you are in the limelight. It's not a row, it's like chess table. So the first one, come closer, the second one, the third one, and the fourth one. You don't need the computer, I hope. You don't need it immediately. Don't worry. So let's call it team number 1. And I'm going to introduce you a term. You know what you know. Yes, I know what I know. I know there is this community hall, house, and people go home in the evening and start to think what they heard. So you know what you know. But your team is called I know what I know. So let's start to see who you want to engage, who you want to invite into your team. Your team is called I know what I don't know. I don't know what the budget will be for my community house. I know that I don't know. This is the knowledge that we know, and this is the knowledge that we don't know. This is what a lot of science is done. We know there's a black hole, but we don't know what's inside it. So we know what we don't know. Hello, for you, a very terrible task. Again, others can start compiling their teams. It's really easy. They know what they know. They know what they don't know. What other variations are there? I don't know what I don't know. This is also one possibility. So this is the team. I don't know what I don't know. Very simple. If you didn't know about the black hole, you wouldn't know about what's inside it. You wouldn't even start asking what it's all about. I think it's going to wreck your brains. So we know what we know, we know what we don't know what we don't know, what is left over. My name is Aus. Okay. I don't know what I know. Does make sense? No, it doesn't. Well, you don't know what you know. What is your aim? My aim is to reach the solution. The teams will manage. Your task is to find volunteers to participate in this game. It's not like a group work or teamwork. Maybe somebody thought that this is something we should do, but how to cooperate? We can do it right here. So people who get along could team up. So this is the content of our last panel, and this is going to provide the answer to the question: where is the community houses going? I don't know what I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know what I know. Okay, good. I know that I don't know. I know what I don't know. And I know what I know. So by and large, most of the decisions are taken on the basis of the knowledge that we know. Well, management of culture houses. Well, I know I have to get funds, and if I know that 2/3 of the funds I earn from selling tickets, well, this is the financing scheme. So you have the easiest task, but maybe the most difficult question then. I don't know. I would kind of divide you physically too, so that makes it 4 teams. I'm not going to negotiate who wants to play with whom. Let's do it. So the 10th and the 9th chair, those who are to your right, will form two, and then there is this mid-row also. Do you want those up, or you take the lower ones? So pick the ones and collect them. Time is ticking. You will get the high ones, so get cracking. And now we take people here. Do you want those who are sitting higher or lower? I just like them better. I take the high ones. Okay, so she's a team leader. So please gather here and team up. And you have those higher up, and with you don't know what you know. So please join your group and just gather your members together. So every team leader has to gather. So who has this coronavirus has it already. Nothing doesn't matter anymore. So this task, now we managed to have some sort of local government units. This is the first stage, but there are 7 more stages. Luckily, the time is running out. Well, actually, we have sufficient time. Now, I'll give you a very creative and abstract task. You have 15 minutes as a team to think 3 most incredible answers. Where are you going? Community house. But following your team name. I know what I know, and they also know how they're doing. And they will formulate 3 answers, awesome answers. At the back, okay, they are seeking answers from their own perspective. They know that the answer should be somewhere, but we don't know exactly. Now, we don't know what we don't know. This is the most abstract place. You can use your fantasy when formulating your answers. And now there are 4 people. They know all kinds of answers, but they don't know that they have that nobody has asked them this way. And use your fantasy. Let it fly. I could say that, well, maybe take back, well, okay, so 10 minutes, 7 minutes to formulate your answers. If you don't have enough time, you have 7 minutes and find the most awesome answers. There are certain things that we don't know, just leave those aside and focus on those we want. So time is starting to tick. So those who didn't understand the task, I will come to you and I will explain the task once again. time is very subjective. 7 minutes is over. Do you want to buy 1 more minute? Well, I can hear both yes and no. So I'll give you 2 more minutes. So 3 answers. So team leaders will come here on the stage, or any member from the team. This is your choice. It's getting quieter, so I assume that you are ready with your answers, that you have sent your volunteers here. And let's first of all listen what the Lithuanians have to add. We don't have contact with Latvia, but Saulius Liauso from Lithuania.
So we have a question here. How is your Center of National Culture is financed and who it is financed by? Can you repeat your question, please? Who pays for your activities? So first of all, hello to everyone. I'm glad to take part in your conference, and I'm Sorry, I couldn't come to Estonia because of COVID situation, but it's good that we have such technologies that we can have a discussion. Our center is the National Center of Culture in Latvia. It belongs to the Ministry of Culture, and we are financed and donated by the Ministry of Culture. So you have the legislation or the law according to which all those culture houses work. Yeah, so it is just an independent function in local municipality, and we just look for opportunities to create bridges. And we also form the cultural strategy. Are you successful at this, or do you need to make some amendments? So I think it is okay, but life goes on, and there are new challenges, new questions that arise, and it is just continuous life. We have quite a lot of positive things. So you may say that everything is improving. Yes. I think that life is quite active in the regions, and some strategies are also changed. Another question, why do people work in the sphere of culture in your country? I think without culture it is difficult to live for people. And if we look at the humankind and history, then culture has always been there. And it should be present because people, on the one hand, look forward to seeing something new and enjoy culture, to have this aesthetic development. On the other hand, culture, and especially what is done in the centers of culture, is the way of expressing yourself. And so if the person wants to dance or sing, then it is possible to do so in the center of culture. Thank you, Saulus. So we just had brainstorming activities. There were 50 people who dealt a special task.
Close to Saulies. Now, the government is financing them together with local governments. They are trying to promote culture locally, and they are being very creative. Now, let's be creative as well. We had 4 volunteers, and they can come to the stage. They have survived very difficult experience. The task was difficult to understand. They had to explain that to the team. It happens often if you are in a leading position, but this happens where you go to mediate to people. I will give you microphones. We have 3 groups. One is missing. Maybe they are shy. I think this was the group that got the most difficult task. Their working title was "I don't know what I know." So as many times I have played this at conferences, be it traffic or whatever. So this is always a group that protests and wants to introduce changes to the agenda. But now this is the point where the conference is practically over. So it doesn't matter who is going to moderate it afterwards. So shall we start from the beginning or from the end? We'll start from the end. Okay. You see, this will be really unpredictable. We start from the end. You have answers in the computer. So the task was, where are community houses going? And the we don't know what we know. So there were about 20 people in the group wrecking their brains, so really a lot of force. So please note down. There was a poem and the I know what I don't know. This is something you don't have to say, I know that I'm doing, and this all is going to be fine. And this is not only broth, but this is a soft porridge. I don't know what I know. I know that I'm going to do this. Where's the author? Applause. Back row there. So that was one of the 3 answers, and altogether we have actually 18 answers. The 7th ticket was the winner, and the right answer to the question was, my activities, the effect on social economic affairs is immense, but I don't know what to do with this knowledge. And this is the team whose task was, I don't know what I know, but they wrote a poem. And of course, there was no poem before. They knew the poem, but they didn't know from where they knew the poem. Makes sense, yes, it does make sense, because we don't even know who the author is, because otherwise we would have to use intellectual property rights and maybe even pay, so let it be, let it be. So the team, I don't know what I know, we have the answers. The second team, so number 3, and there, I don't know what I don't know. Our answers are very serious. We don't know whether the union of community houses is an example to other countries globally. This is what we don't know, but it could be. Secondly, we don't know what will happen if we all jointly in local governments start to cooperate with libraries, culture houses, community houses, youth centers, museums, sports, schools, and everything. And we will have this joint cultural space in the local community, and our people all understand what is going on in the cultural sphere, in that local government, and this is going to be financed finally, and we are not going to fight over the funds. We have agreements, and this is going to take place, and these are getting so much money, and but what will happen if we don't know? This was answer number 2. Did you understand it, or do we have to repeat it? She really wanted to say that. What if? And the third thing is, I really didn't know that I didn't know. I found it out this summer. I was looking. So I'm just using my own experience. I didn't know how many organizers there are in our community. Everybody's organizing. So I was just sitting and watching. Somebody's organizing there and here and all over the place. And we just thought, what we are doing here? We all want to organize, and we are getting paid for this. And this is really cool. But how to come out of this? I thought that maybe we should be professionals. We have to be really good professionals to help these people who have started to organize, and to help them to organize with professional, let's say, experts. I can also see how many mistakes are being made, but we are the ones who can help them. So how can we learn ourselves? We have to go and seek education. And I don't know if we are all educated and professionals and what will all come out of it. So the final thing is that you didn't know that there were so many organizers. Isn't it the same situation everywhere? Okay, I can hear mumbling yes from the hall. Can we have a conclusion here? We didn't know that there were more organizers. We found it out. Now, team number 2.
So you have the task. We know what we don't know. So I want to thank my team members at the back there first. So we had a very serious approach, and this is a tradition. We take very seriously all our tasks and implementation. First, we don't know. I know what I don't know, where the cultural center is moving. I don't know the direction. So there are no development plans from all of them. So we do not know what kind of data has been used in order to compile those development plans. What are statistics, any analysis results and so on, and how those future forecasts would be formulated. And now we thought that let's take the blanket off. Let's look what is under the blanket, and who is looking there is the organizer of cultural events. So we should look inside, and inside the colleagues as well. It is important that we would know that we should understand that we are the leaders. We learn a lot and we show the light. And we have spoken a lot about the professional certifications, and the Cultural Centers Association would issue certificates for our professionals. So we need it, and our politicians should also understand that we need better salaries. And so the professional certificate is one of the basis to ask for better pay. And second answer, what is the understanding of notion of cultural center? So what is it in fact, in reality? And most probably we broaden this understanding, but today we have thought that the cultural center, Folkmaja, the cultural or society house, so most probably we would agree that the folk center or folk house is the main notion. And then about the Baronchik. Could every house, every home already present a cultural center or house? So that means your own air, you breathe, you act, and so like a cultural center. And definitely NGOs play a great role. And one concern in this case is how long they will last, those NGOs, how long they would go, how much is needed, and the project-based payment would set the limits for how long that would go. So let's see it in a broader historical national sense. And now, number one, I know what I know. So what do you know? What is the answer? So the questions were different to all of us, but the answers are similar. So I welcome my team members and thank for contribution. We know what to know. That means we know where the folk centers move. They step forward together with the folk culture stepping forward. And we know that if needed, we have to change. And if needed, we have to be flexible. What else do we know? We know that we want to be a folk center, be there for our people, closer with our relations there. And I'm very pleased that this kind of knowledge-based and professionalism was already brought forward by different answers. So, and we also voiced an idea that definitely we know we want to cooperate internally and externally, and so that maintaining the professionalism inside our house, so that we, the leaders, are able to advise and guide the others. Of course, we help. So, where do we move? Forward. Forward. I think we received 12 responses, and that would be sufficient to write the development plan for 5 years. So the 11 was presented, but the 12th, our third, was not voiced. And I said that everybody is invited to join in. And then my question is, who are you all? Those, or those, or those? Who are those all invited? All inclusive and accessibility could be the main concern of us here and there. Thank you. You could thank the audience as well. You have been successful in leading your teams over there and looking at the watch. I have to move closer to my car because I have to be on the screen at 7 o'clock. But now another game. Are you ready? So the beginning of the game is with you, and it's and the game title is Dreaming. I'm dreaming. Where I end up in 5 years' time, I write down what I do in 5 years' time, what are my feelings, emotions, what people around me in 5 years' time understand why you're doing what you do and why not in 5 years. If it could be in 5 years' time, why don't I start straight away? And if there are many things that are just music for the future, so this is my smartphone. 2 years ago, they were very expensive and very few knew what to do with it. But today, nobody can imagine even a thing that I don't have a smartphone and I know what to do with it. If we use the same methodology and would focus on dreams, what would be with our cultural centers in 5 years' time, and why not to start preparing for the changes that will be there in 5 years' time? You can take this task with you when you go home. So thank you very much for today. And we definitely start thanking all those who have made great effort in order to make today's conference a success. The evening agenda starts at 7 o'clock with festive dinner. Raivo Tahvenau and Kaira Vilgats will perform to you there, definitely in the same hall here. So, and you could also enjoy the main topics for discussions. The title is Approach. Open approach. Dear ladies and gentlemen, so this we have a message to the public in Haapsalu, 30th of September. Throughout the times, 3 Baltic states have declared that the basis for the cultural events are the cultural centers. So the network of cultural centers and folk houses is the mainstream and bloodstream of our vitality, where professional performances would stem. So in order to continue the work in our folk houses and cultural centers, we need support from the government. As long as the folk houses and cultural centers live, the nation would survive and live at the same time. Thank you. So this kind of message was not only important here. Your task is to spread this message at home, in your localities, in your regions, among your friends and neighbors. So let's start thanking. I thank first that you invited me here, so I managed to complete the full program. So whom should we invite? You thank me? So next. So we thank the institutions who financed us, Ministry of Culture and the Folk Art Center. We also want to thank the 4 people from the booth over there who have worked hard from morning till evening. So interpreters, so from the EM. Too long. So the interpreters will not go to the stage there, so we'll provide the microphone to the organizer of today's event, conference. So thank you for your work. It wasn't easy today to interpret. It was for the first time I organized the interpreting service there, but they could manage as well. Thank you very much. And now we will not ask anybody to the stage else here. So we hug you all. So Indra from the Video Solutions and Services, Maivel Oy, Screens, Maivel Screens, Argo Juspe Design, Kuhu Catering. So the food was excellent, so and all those names, especially for light and sound technicians. Absolute Cultural Center. Thank you. Delard. So they are busy organizing the evening part of it. And the organizers team, who have been busy already for a year preparing for today's event, and all those names, thank you all. And now the last piece of information. The evening part would start at 6 o'clock, and after that there will be dinner and music and entertainment. So thank you all for being here today, and we move forward. Thank you.